Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Sound testing 1 2. Check 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 1 2. Sound testing 1 2. Check 1 2. Sound testing. Check 1 2. Sound testing 1 2.
Est-ce qu'ils ont coupé la moitié de salle? Est-ce que c'est ça? Et, mais au lieu de, comment dire, ne plaît pas le Picasso Development Pass, c'est tout le monde tanné, c'est ça?
C'est que la salle était en train d'être utilisée hier. Après, là, ils sont en train de le remettre parce que c'était ouvert. Donc, bientôt, tu vas voir ça. Et puis, j'étais en train de télécharger des autres vidéos de recording dans les champs, le développement des efficaces à jouer. Et puis, tu vas voir. Merci.
Check 1, 2. Sound testing 1, 2.
Remember, it's so I'm going to start playing the video of the first session, and then I know people make delay, then they'll go on. Hello. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Okay, so good morning, everybody. My name is Tonton Mundele. I am the Vice President of ICCCASU and professor at the University of Ottawa. I am so happy to be here in front of you today. So I know that our program starts a little bit earlier today, and I know that some other delegates are already online. So we're going to get started as we start our day two of the conference. So we're going to start with the keynote session. On this keynote session today, so we have two presenters. The first one is Mr. John Zacharias, Chair Professor at Peking University in China. He's going to talk a little bit about the financialization of urban development and its alternatives. So John Zacharias has a long career in China at Peking University, but he's also from Canada. So we're going to do John Zacharias, we're going to play his video recording of his presentation. And if there's any questions, so we're going to have the questions after that. So the second speaker of the day is Professor Li Yangfan. So he's a professor at Xiamen University, China. He's going to tell us about, he's going to deliver a presentation on urban maritime synergy towards risk resilience, well-being, and access. So before Professor Li Yangfan comes on the stage, we're going to read his biography. But for now, I'm going to ask our technician to play Professor John Zacharias' video of his presentation. Thank you.
Welcome to this talk on financial financialization, which I intend to do in English and French. All the slides that you will see have both English and French, and I might alternate between the two languages as I do this presentation. Well, and I'll begin in French. Aujourd'hui, il est difficile de parler du développement urbain sans parler de la financiarisation qui acquiert un rôle dominant dans le financement de la ville, notamment. Mais le lien entre le développement et la financiarisation reste toujours peu exploré dans la littérature scientifique. Ici, je vais concentrer sur le cas exemplaire chinois, parce que je le connais un peu, mais les points pourraient tout aussi bien s'appliquer ailleurs, comme je vais essayer d'expliquer. So my intention here is to explore this relation between urban development and financialization, and to question the increasing reliance on this form of financing for urban development. So now I will go to my PowerPoint presentation. And here I am, John Zacharias. I'm a chair professor at the College of Architecture and Landscape at Peking University, where I study urban policies. So, for the last 20 years, the cities have responded to the possibilities of the liberalized financial market to create magnets for inward investment, which is really debt accumulation, from which value is extracted. Donc, ces investissements dans le capital bâti génèrent une revalorisation du capital investi et non qu'un effet marginal sur l'économie productive, ce qui finalement est très important du point de vue de développement urbain, comme je vais essayer de démontrer. The idea is that the greatest accumulative benefit is derived by concentrating development at key locations and reducing the uncertainty of major investment in this way. And this process necessarily involves leaving large parts of the urban fabric underinvested. It's of course argued that there is more profit to be made by concentrating investments in key locations. In the case of China, cities are increasingly in competition with each other to attract that inward investment, a phenomenon we can already see in Europe, the United States, and elsewhere. So they're in competition to attract that inward investment. Cette dette, si vous voulez, contribue au PIB, toujours la mesure du succès dans le cas de la Chine. En même temps, on fait le lien entre ces types d'investissements et la modernisation dans le cas de la Chine, ce qui, on croit bien, qui va accélérer les investissements vers la ville. In China, public assets, in particular land resources, are used to raise funds. The direct sale of lease rights over land and the use of land resources to securitize loans enable cities to borrow hugely on financial markets. So shadow banking has also emerged as a financial mechanism, which has caused some considerable problems recently. So the available funds are then huge, and so are the attendant risks. But of course, it is anticipated that all of this is worth the risk in terms of the long-term development. That is, of course, the question for today. In the context of continued growth, while revenues continue to increase, financialization, and this is really the part of financing that is taken up by the financial markets, grows more rapidly. Dans un contexte de croissance soutenue et des revenus toujours en augmentation, on l'espère en tout cas, la financiarisation, la proportion de la dette liée aux marchés financiers croît beaucoup plus rapidement. So in an effort to coordinate regional development, rural districts were annexed by central cities in the last 15, 20 years. So this not only gave not only produced rapidly rising urban populations, and in part explains the high urbanization rate that we can see in China today, but also made land resources available. Vous voyez le cas typique de Canton dans le sud de la Chine qui a annexé des districts ruraux aux alentours pour coordonner le développement, mais aussi pour accéder aux territoires, surtout des territoires appartenant à l'État. Research has shown that as financialization increases, productivity begins to decline. Profits in terms of value appreciation may still increase in this picture, but the opportunities for further investments of this kind actually diminish. On entre donc dans une période où il y a un risque de fuite des capitaux. Easy in, easy out, perhaps one could say. So this area of risk for the flight of capital is what cities need to be seriously concerned about. It will not be solved purely by financialization, is the point I want to make here. To counter this capital flight, new investment opportunities must be created, but they will not resemble the first round of investments. There must be investments to ensure the internal circulation of funds. So it's a change in scale, a change in geography, and an emphasis on consumption within the city rather than supply. Les grands projets sont toujours préférés pour concentrer les efforts et pour simplifier les modes de financement. Mais les disparités augmentent entre centres et périphéries et entre les classes économiques dans ce contexte. Et de tels projets minimisent le coût d'achat des terrains et se trouvent donc souvent en milieu non développé. C'est le cas des nouveaux centres-villes, par exemple, en Chine. Les à peu près 200 centres-villes développés par les villes sont presque, en majorité, presque exclusivement à l'extérieur de l'aire déjà urbanisée des villes. Ça, c'était trop rapide, je reviens. To counter this capital flight, then, one needs to think differently about the development of cities. But I want to focus on two particular cases which can be interesting in terms of what the effects are locally and regionally and how they might be countered. J'ai donc les deux exemples pour illustrer le phénomène, le train TGV et l'immobilier résidentiel. The HSR, high-speed rail, follows the highway network typically in China, and so it reinforces the effect of being on or off the grid. Most, but not all, of the centers on the grid benefit, but cities in the periphery of the system generally do not benefit. And that includes Hong Kong and Shanghai, for example. Urbanization is especially experienced in central zones with large areas of the country experiencing population decline, including mid-sized cities. The phenomenon of urbanization that we have much talked about over the last few years. The case of Jiangsu is particularly interesting, one of the most developed of the provinces. Le cas de la province de Jiangsu, typique, peut-être une province parmi les plus développées, une croissance de la population et de l'économie est concentrée sur certains centres dans la province, mais l'effort financier pour le TGV prive le réseau traditionnel de rail, accélérant le déclin des régions dans ce cas-là. Zhengzhou, the largest city in Henan province itself, actually is a new city, has promoted development to the east of the city with a huge high-speed rail station and is the centerpiece of urban development. It's important to note here that a few quick returns on this investment are countered by the view that most of the returns, positive returns, are going to be realized after 10 or 15 years. So this is investment for the very long term. If you don't have a long term, you better not look at financialization as a way to go, because it prefers this kind of project, but this project has long-term benefits and few short-term benefits. Les effets sur les services de cet investissement sur le TGV sont à noter. Les petites villes ont le plus de difficultés à contrôler la migration et les grandes villes, disons au-delà de 5 millions de personnes, concentrent leurs efforts sur les projets reliés au TGV. Donc, il y a un certain cycle de réinvestissement qui est possible à la grande échelle. The second example from China is housing, much talked about in the media recently. So cities have had good reasons to operate at the large scale in housing development, and greatest value appreciation, better regulatory control, simplified transaction through auctioning systems for the land, so they can ensure the highest price possible for the city's asset. All of that sounds really good. And the city can, at the same time, internalize many of the amenity costs of new development. That includes primary schools, green space, social services. They can all be internalized and funded from the development. And all of this sounds quite ideal. And in particular, buyers then can anticipate that they will move into a completed development. Donc, les avantages pour l'acheteur sont tout à fait évidents. Tout est prêt en même temps quand ils emménagent dans le quartier. Cet exemple de Lanzhou a à peu près 10 000 personnes dans le même projet. The incorporation of these social and ecological services free up city resources for continued investing in infrastructure and further urban expansion. Et tant que les revenus augmentent et la demande reste forte, le développement peut se poursuivre. However, the integration of urban services has promoted a particular habitat of high-rise housing, underground parking. The system is very uniform across the country, as one can see, and the cost of this form of housing is at least double the older model of 6-story walk-ups. The density is not particularly higher, and in fact is in some cases lower, but the development costs are very much higher. Of course, the amenities are also very much higher. So this is still in the context of rising incomes or anticipated rising incomes. In this case, in Guangzhou, the city wanted to acquire the land rights to an urban village, Liede. Those negotiations led this project with extremely high density, which the city has said is not sustainable in future developments, but is typical of what is needed to redevelop rural property within the city. Recall that 1/3 of the population of Guangzhou lives in urban villages in the city. So redevelopment of that major resource in the form of urban village will be extremely costly and may result in this kind of over-densification of the urban development. Les nouveaux centres-villes sont construits, comme je viens de dire, typiquement sur des terrains appartenant à l'État et souvent avec le concours des sociétés d'État. Les sociétés d'État investissent dans ces tours qui sont, dans beaucoup de cas, vides pendant des années, mais on considère qu'à long terme, tout sera très bien et les tours seront occupées. Mais pour un certain temps, ce n'est pas le cas. Et une des raisons de la piètre productivité, en fait, du secteur public de l'économie, c'est l'investissement dans ce genre de projet de la part des sociétés d'État. The clear alternatives to this form of investment requires more engagement by the cities in the regulation of development. I'm showing Manhattan and an urban village in China in the same slide. What joins them is a clear land tenure system. There are self-generated rules in the case of the urban village, and much discussion about what should or should not be built within the village. mostly by consensus, the village is built, zoning regulations in the case of New York City. But the system broadens the scale of investment and ensures that most investment is locally sourced and recycled within the local economy. It is, in fact, part of the genius of New York City in the world today. So the scale of investment can vary enormously in a city like New York, as it can in an urban village in Guangzhou. We need to be clear about the purposes of financialization when it is used to support development. The objectives might be purely economic and to promote mobility, but there's also no reason why social, public health, or economic equity cannot be the objectives of financialization. I am showing this case from Vancouver, not just because I was involved in it as an urban planner, but because it did not have recourse to financialization. The city purchased the land and recouped its investment through land leases. The main objective was to make a community that resembled the city as a whole in terms of income and age, those two criteria. The city was able to leverage the superior qualities of the development to generate private sector interest in the market side of the development. En d'autres mots, il existe des alternatives au système de financiarisation pratiqué aujourd'hui, comme démontre ce petit cas de Vancouver au Canada. And I hadn't quite finished there, so I'm going to go back to that slide. Cities have changed over time. Je vais le dire en français. Le système néolibéral mis en place à partir de 1980 a entraîné la perte de contrôle des villes sur leur développement. Ce que nous pourrions imaginer, c'est le renouvellement du rôle managérial de la ville dans son développement. Bon, peu de régions et pays à l'extérieur de la Chine ont cette ressource de terre, mais ont, par contre, son système de régulation du développement qui permettait et qui devrait permettre la capture de la valeur ajoutée du développement. So we have seen the changing role of the city over the past 100 years and the increasing introduction of private sector players, the Zhengtou in the case of China at the city level, and strictly procedural processing on the part of the city, but no direct interventions in its development. We've seen this in terms of the evolution of urban plans, for example. Cities need to regain control over their development, and they will do that through rigorous urban policy and through their urban planning system. I'm not saying this just because I'm an urban planner, but because this is the only clear way that cities can regain control of their development. So I open this for discussion, and hopefully you can improve on what I've said here and debate this issue of the role of financialization in cities. Thank you very much.
Let's give you. Okay. Thank you, Professor Zacharias, for this presentation. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna have a keynote presentation being delivered. Then we can have a question and answer here. So basically, so instead of having a question now, so we're going to invite Professor Yamfandi to come on the stage to do the presentation, and then we will be able to have the questions at the end and to be able to answer to them. So I'm going to invite Professor Yamfandi. In the meantime, I'm going to read his biography. So in that way, we can have we can get to know him and go to the next level. So we're going to give you the floor when he's coming on the stage. Professor Yamfandi. Thank you. Okay, so please come on stage. Okay, perfect. So, so this is a short biography of Professor Niarobi. So Professor Dr. Niarobi and his team focuses on coastal urbanization, resilience, and integrated landscape planning. This research integrates knowledge of and innovation of land, water, biodiversity lenses, and application of resilience theory in coastal urban areas to achieve land sustainable development goals. He served as a contributing author for the Blue Paper on integrated ocean management by high level for a sustainable ocean economy associated research outcomes have been applied to Xiamen, Shenzhen, Ningbo, Haikou, Yanjiang, and Haihai Basin in China, and benefits integrated coastal management regimes. He's now working on the climate resilience and ecosystem-based process function system or service management of ocean cities in Fujian, Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area, and Merchant Silk Road countries. He's also investigating global coastal sustainability. His team has worked actively to encourage actions for integrated ocean management in China and international ecological civilization development. Dr. Li has authored and co-authored over 100 publications, including natural ecology and evolution, remote sensing of environment, environment international health future, and he has also linked to 3 books in his research area and received numerous awards for his outstanding academic performance. The Green Challenge and Sustainability Prize is one of these, which he got in 2011 by the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research. He also got he also received the World Social Science Affiliate for Sustainable Urbanization in 2014 by the International Social Science Council. He also received the 5th ESC Youth Science and Technology Award for 2018 by the Ecological Society of China and the ICCCASU Excellent Leadership Award for 2021 by offered or granted by UN Habitat and International Conference on Canadian, Chinese, and African Sustainable Organizations. So today, Professor Li is going to deliver a presentation on urban marine synergy towards risk, resilience, and well-being nexus. So it is my pleasure to invite Professor Li on stage to deliver the presentation. Let's give him another opportunity to encourage him. Thank you.
Hold on. File. Sorry about that. And thank you so much for Tom's introduction and the thanks of Dr. Tom's hard work and wonderful organization about the conference. And today I have a story about urban evolution. Urban and marine ecosystems, and also a story about risk, resilience, and human well-being, access to both sustainable development goals. Firstly, I would thank a lot for Professor Wu Chang's invitation to give this lecture. in that great platform. And congratulations for ICCCASU's fifth consequence successfully being held in here in Nairobi. And okay, sorry about that. No. Okay, I'm lucky man in the ICCCASU platform from the first to the fifth. And this morning I add these slides about from the first ICCCASU conference to the fourth ICCCASU conference. You can see the keyword is coastal, urbanization, and resilience. That's a very interesting story, right? Okay, today I will give a talk about just I mentioned, the story of urban and ocean. The first thing I will tell you about a coastal urbanization and ocean economy, sustainable ocean economy. Over 14% of the global population lives within 100 kilometers of the coast. And the population density in the coastal flood-prone cities is projected to increase by at least 25% towards 2050. Three major drivers of the coastal and marine urbanization: resources exploitation, ocean sprawl, and pollution hazards. 78% of major coast cities have resorted to reclamation as a source of new land, contributing a total 253,000 hectares of additional land to the Earth's surface in this century. The most common land uses on reclaimed spaces are port extension, followed by residential, commercial, and industrial. Coastal infrastructure has replaced more than half of the coastline, the natural coastline, the coastal ecosystem, associated with 30 global urban centers. So all of the coastal marine urbanization are accelerate blue economy. That means blue acceleration is a race among diverse and often competing interests for ocean food, material, and space. Ocean claims aimed at understanding ocean uses of direct relevance of ecosystem sustainability, human being, the keywords of this today, and economic growth. 10 largest companies in 8 core ocean economy industries generate on average 45% of each industry's total revenue. Combine all 8 industries, the 100 largest corporations account for 60% of the total revenue. So for the finance, okay, this our conference topic this year. The finance is also important element of a sustainable ocean economy and underlines all ocean initiatives. The best ocean policies and practices can be undone in adequate finance and by economic externalities that undermine conservation and sustainable use. The main barriers to prevent adequate financing of sustainable ocean economy include weak enabling environments, insufficient public and private investment, and relatively high risk profile of the ocean economic sectors. So how about the high risk in the ocean? The high risk in oceans, climate change is number one, right? Climate change may comprise port operations, resulting in an increase in operational shutdowns and subsequent economic losses. Ports located in Africa, Mediterranean, and Iberian Peninsula are expected to experience very high risk by 2100. Increased exposure of coast cities to sea level rise due to internal climate variability, average global flood losses in 2005 are estimated to US $6 billion per year, increase to $52 billion by 2050, with projected social economic change alone. Sea level rise will decrease the property tax revenues significantly in some coastal cities. Affected cities have limited spatial development and fiscal capacity to overcome climate-driven fiscal gaps. How about our work in my research group? The coastal urbanization, the global seaward land gains cover about 16,000 square kilometers during the last 30 years, with 75% in China and 1.4% in Africa. Mauritania, Namibia, Egypt, Nigeria, and Angola are the top 5 countries in Africa. This is the work by one of my PhD students, Miss Chen Zhang. He also will give a presentation, video presentation in one section. If you are interested, you can join that session. The most common purpose of the seaward land gains were port development and aquaculture. Seaward land gains have caused the coastal water loss, reducing the carbon storage, biodiversity, and habitat protection. I think that's very interesting. Sorry. I think that's very interesting work. We can compare analysis with some PhD students in Southeast University. Yesterday we discussed very happily. We can compare and combine the data in the African cities, especially coast cities. We can collaborate with work about that. Okay. Another thing is coastal wetlands in China. More than 3,800 square kilometers have been lost during the past 30 years in mainland of China. The ecosystem service value also lost almost $3 to $4 billion US due to the coastal reclamation. Nearly 68 of the mangrove areas in mainland China were identified with medium to high vulnerabilities. land-based pollution, and coastal agriculture expansion were the main threats. Although the frequency of typhoon landfall has increased slightly in most provinces in China, PTI in different hot spots show a significant increase trend. Coast communities in most provinces are currently lacking resilience in both ecological and community safety dimensions. Sorry. The third thing is resilience. Okay, what about the resilience of the coast cities, ocean cities? This slide I was president at the ICCCASU 3, third conference. I think is in Yaoundé, Cameroon. My team provided a call coastal resilience, the new framework paradigm of land water biodiversity nexus. This year's, we are focusing from planning to practice, from the resilient thinking to resilient practice, from the city to mega city, from urban region to the coastal zone of China, mostly. Just Hong Kong's introduction, right, from Beijing, Ningbo, Xiamen, GBA, Great Bay Areas. I will give you a case about Shenzhen. It's a mega city. It's from rural village to the global top 10 mega city during the last 40 years, only 40 years from rural village to the top 10 mega city. You can see the Shenzhen's GDP and ranking the fourth of Asian cities and top among global cities, despite its coastal location and marine sources. Shenzhen's marine economy currently represents a relatively modest, is not so high contribution to the GDP, Shenzhen's marine economy. We have an analysis on the enterprise data-based analysis. The 8 industries collaboratively represent a sustainable proportion of the marine industry, accounting almost 70% of the total, and 6 of them are marine services. So the marine service industry plays a crucial role in bolstering the resilience of Shenzhen's marine economy. Okay. We use this method for assessing the economic resilience. It's R index. It's ongoing work. So how about in the future of Shenzhen? Because the marine economic contribution is not so high, contribute to the Shenzhen GDP. So Shenzhen is now have strategic objectives to the global maritime center city. They want to aim to ambitious aim to global blue economy leader, global marine science and technology innovation benchmark, global ocean eco civilization demonstration zone, main platform of global blue partnership. Another case is also in Shenzhen. It's a new district, Dapeng district in Shenzhen area. Is a east of Shenzhen. It's not so development areas. It's mostly mountains and forests, sand beach, just like that. It's an ecological district in Shenzhen. We are building a resilience coastal management based on beach and community health assessment. And I also were present this work in ICCCASU Force. I think it's in online. Okay. So I don't want to show the details I have already presented. However, in this coast management, we are divided 3 sub-systems: social, economic, natural resources, and eco environment, and use the resilience adaptive cycle: adapt, prepare, observe, recovery, and adapt. Use these thinking to practice assessment and management of the with the SDG objectives. They combine them together based on the scientific assessment to inform the SDG policy. Okay, the last thing is how to combine them together, integrate them together, synergy or balance or trade-off. So the resilience, risk resilience, well-being, how to support the financing or how to support the SDGs. The first thing is trade-offs between risk and resilience, right? If we want to financing Africa, financing everything, every cities, the risk and the resilience is the basis, right? So risk and resilience should not be arbitrarily separated or managed independently, only holistic, integrated management and promote efficient use of resources. In this case, Hong Kong and Singapore, just yesterday, some experts mentioned these 2 cities, right? Have already achieved a very high standard of flood governance, and both are actively engaged with further improving climate adaptation and resilience programs. Okay, sorry about that. Securing well-being, human well-being, and building resilience in response to shocks are often reviewed as a key goals of sustainable development. The appropriate approach are techniques used to reconcile well-being and resilience goals will differ across different social ecological contexts. So in SDGs, they have 2 key targets. It's close to my research. The first one is everyone knows, UN habitats, right? SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. And another thing maybe you are not familiar with, right, is SDG 14. It's a life underwater, that means ocean ecosystems. So I think China, Africa, Canada, including maybe USA or many other countries, have long coast, have a huge coastal resources. So how can we combine, collaborate with ICCCASU's platform to achieve the UN SDGs, just like UN decades of ocean science for sustainable development? And you can see the clean ocean, healthy and resilient ocean, predictive ocean, safe ocean, sustainable, productive ocean. Just yesterday, Dr. Liu said, clean production, right? A transparent and accessible ocean and an inspiring and engaging ocean. And the international network, just like ICCCASU, ocean cities, in harmony with the marine and urban environments. This platform combines scientific knowledge, research synergies, and social awareness to effectively impact the city's evolution and the ocean sustainability. Is also released by the ocean decays, just I mentioned. So for my group, we also focus on this nexus and relationship, the urban marine coupling system. Consider the multiple factors such as social governance, economic development infrastructure, science and cultural environment action ecosystem and natural landscape. Risks, just I mentioned, facing by ocean cities primarily stem from urbanization and climate change, such as environmental pollution, coastal crisis, sea level rise, and coastal protection, coastal erosion. Okay. So the last thing is with the aim of advancing SDGs, the resilience enhancement of the ocean cities can effectively cooperate, synergies, and trade-offs across diverse realms such as social, economic, ecosystem, climate change, and minimize the risk losses while optimizing the ecosystem service and resilience, ultimately leading the enhanced human being. That's my thinking about the financing African cities. That's the basis, risk, resilience, and well-being nexus. That's very important basis to discuss about the financing the African cities. The last thing, sorry. The truly last thing is the training program. We are ongoing, improving the comprehensive economic strength of ocean maritime cities, while integrating coastal management for developing countries. Oh, sorry about that. This is a training program online because COVID-19 last year. And in this training program, they are waiting for the African experts. Totally 47 participants, and most of them are come from Kenya. So I'm not sure if I have some lucky man in this training program. If you have in this training program, please let me know. So I think the ICCCASU platform is a great platform to maybe collaborate, science and technology, training program, or anything, if we can think about it, and just from thinking to practice. Okay, that's my topic. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for Professor Lee's impressive and informative presentation. This is a very interesting topic. It's about urban marine scenery towards risk resilience, well-being nexus. And he introduced the interactive ecological impacts between ocean and the cities system, okay? And he also introduced urban marine coupling system, urban marine synergies. I think, you know, even though this year's topic is about the financing city, but the ocean and the cities is actually integrated system, right? They have impact between these two systems. So this is a very interesting topic. Thank you very much for Professor Lee's presentation. So if you have some questions, just show me your hand that, you know, is anybody want to raise a question for Professor Lee? So, I have a question for Professor Lee. Okay, yeah, currently, we all know that plastic waste is a very hot topic around the world, right? And it's indeed threatened the ocean marine animals, and it is usually reported that the marine animals eat a lot of plastic waste, and which led to their death or health issues. So it has become a very serious ecological problem. And the plastic waste usually come from the city and to the ocean, right? So what is your point of view that, how to, manage such a, integrated system, it is always that some waste from cities to the oceans, but how we can, give a solution that prevent such a the disaster happen. Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Professor Liu. I think that's the solution is your measure for cleaner production and circular economy. So I think it's a very interesting topic, and the plastic issue is from watershed, urban areas to coastal and to the ocean. Is an integrated issue, and I think it's also just I mentioned is pollution-based, land-based pollution is very important risk to enhance the resilience and achieve SDGs. And how the solutions just you mentioned, I think is need a holistic approach to from the watershed, urban, coastal, and ecosystem. The main solution just I mentioned, for me, is not my major. However, I heard about your topic. I think we reuse, and recycling in the urban areas, and to minimize the plastic. However, the policy is very important. Management is very important because for the first these 3 days we go to Masamala and heard about the Niarobi in natural protection areas. They forbid the plastic use. However, the driver told us it's not so good. So I think the policy and the management is very important things.
Okay.
Thank you.
Someone else? I want to ask a question for Professor Lee about the ocean and the impact, between this system.
Thanks so much for the presentation. Just a very broad question. I wonder if there are some lessons that can be learned from the China coastal planning experience that can be applied to other contexts, either in the global south or in Africa, Southeast Asia, or other contexts. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think it's a big question for me. Lessons. Okay. For me, for my major, for my areas, the ecosystem damage, ecosystem loss, especially for the natural coastline and natural coastal ecosystem loss due to the coastal urbanization and the coastal reclamation. I think it is a big issue, is a big lesson from China. And due to the ports construction and agricultural expansion and so on, the coastal wetlands decreased very fastly during the last maybe 30 years in China. However, the Chinese government realized it and forbade most reclamation activities from 2060. And we also built the framework and the ecological red line framework. That means for the urban planner, use the special red line areas control and management. In this red line, ecological ecosystem red line, you are forbidden to do anything, especially restoration, expect restoration or ecosystem benefits things. So I think that's the most necessary and also most the largest contribution or ideas we can contribute to Africa and the global cities. Thank you.
Okay, you also mentioned the climate change, for the oceans, for the cities, right? And the other day we played together to the Masamela, National Reserve, and we have also witnessing the ocean rising. That's
Right.
exactly, and we have seen many trees, has been, emerged around the islands. So in this regard, in particular for those cities along the, coastal line, it might, has big impacted by the climate change.
Yes.
It's between the ocean and the cities, right? So how can you, what's your point of view in this regard to, how can we build a resilient system to prevent, such impacts brought by the climate change to the cities, in particular for those cities along the, coastal line? Thank you very much.
It's great questions. We are focusing on these areas, the coastal cities and resilience enhancements to face the climate change. I think the important things is adaptation, including the housing and the construction constructed not near the coast due to the sea level rise, because some projections sea level rise is a disasters impacts on the coast cities and some islands cities and countries are facing on this issue. So that adaptation is the first thing, not constructed in near coast and go back. Is a retreat coastline. This is the first thing, and another thing is community is also your major. Community adaptation, maybe capacity building, how to training or adapt the extreme climate change, using the knowledge, using the scientific data to maybe forecasting the disaster, to enhance their capacity, especially for women and the children, old people. They are vulnerable to the climate change. That I think. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, thank you very much for your excellent presentation. In your lectures, you talk about the many different factors have a great impact on the coastal ecosystem, right? You know, the coastal areas can be developed for many different purposes. One important thing is that we may divide the purposes into two different kinds. One is the civil purpose, another is the military purpose. This means the coastal areas can be developed for sometimes for civil purposes, sometimes for military purposes. For example, the United States work together with many different countries to build the marine bases, okay? And China developed the Belt and Road initiative and work together with many different countries to build the ports for civil affairs, civil purposes. So in your research, do you consider such kind of differences? What what kind of the purposes have what impact? Okay, so I think this is a very special perspective for your research. I look forward to your comments. Okay.
Thank you for your question and comment. I think it's very interesting. The frontiers of the process topic. However, I'm focusing on the ecosystem based management. About its use, I have no idea now. However, the risk, resilience, and well-being access, I think, could be used to your areas mentioned. I think it's unique perspective, the political and so.
Well, if you have interest, you may go there and do some field studies. What's that? Always complain the Japanese troops, American troops.
Okay. Very unique perspective. Thank you so much. Okay.
Just as we're running to the end of this session, so I just want to let you know that there was a first presentation by John Zacharias this morning. So if anyone has a question about John Zacharias, so he's still online. Please feel free to ask a question. Otherwise, we're just gonna move to the next session. So any question for John Zacharias? No question? Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Professor Lee, for this brilliant presentation. And thank you to Professor John Zacharias online. We really appreciate your time and your effort. I know that it's late where you are, so we're going to end this session. So let's give a big applause to our keynote session, our speaker for this morning. Thank you. So we're going to have a quick break because the schedule. So let's keep time today because we don't want to run into the trouble we went yesterday. Okay. So a quick break, 10 minutes, and then we'll move to the next presentation. So the next panel will be the last that we couldn't do last night. So the panel that it's led by Dr. Rose. So so maybe I'll talk to you right after when we're having a break. So those who were supposed to present last night, again, we do apologize for the inconvenience. So you know what happened with the hotel. There's another function, so we could not make it. So we're going to start with the last panel session that we were supposed to have last night. So let's have a break for 10 minutes and let's come back. So if you still feel like, you still want your coffee, after 10 minutes, you can bring your coffee here or your, snack, and then we can continue our discussion. Okay? Thank you very much. Okay. Talk to you soon. Hello? So let's get started for the next panel session. So I would like to invite Visa Rose, who will be the chair of this panel, and the panelists to be on stage. So just okay, so Professor Rose will call the panelists, and then we can get started. Okay.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, let me welcome you to this session, the session that we couldn't do last evening because we ran out of time. Today's panelists are the following. Ding Ping Guo from Fudan University, China, and he's done a paper on urban development and multi-party politics in Kenya. He would like the presentation done on video. Then next we have Qian Zhang and Yanfan Li from Xiamen University in China. Their paper is titled Multi-Decadal Seaward Urban Sprawl, a comparison of Africa and China. They are going to do we are going to play a video. They already pre-recorded. Then the third one is by Isa Danja and Zingping Wang from Southeast University, China. Their paper is titled Reconfiguring African Special Economic Zones to serve as vehicles for achieving inclusive, sustainable industrialization. Now, this presentation will be done in person. Yeah, thank you. So we start with the video. Ding Ping Guo video. Yes. So welcome.
I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizers and the chair. First, please allow me to apologize, as due to the health reasons, I'm unable to be present at the exciting conferences and can only participate online. So, the topic is I wish to share the urban development and multi-party politics in Kenya. This topic stems from my interest in the political party system of Kenya. After conducting research on political science studies concerning urban development in Kenya, I realized that multi-party politics is an underexplored area in these studies. This led to a certain level of confusion and curiosity, which inspired me to choose this particular topic. Why are political parties not a primary player in the urban development process in Kenya, and why can't multi-party competition in Kenya play an important role as a driver in urban development? Firstly, let's introduce the background. As most scholars have pointed out, urbanization in Kenya has rapidly developed in recent years. However, this notable development has also brought about many challenges. In this foreseeable future, these challenges will become even more significant, necessitating the involvement of various forces to promote high-quality development. In this context, will political parties be included in these efforts? There are many political party theories related to political parties and urban development. For example, Robert Dahl believed that the power structure in cities are pluralistic, and the urban citizens can exercise their power through political parties. There is also a debate about whether a one-party system or a multi-party system is more beneficial for urban development, and both can find numerous empirical cases to support their theories. The theory of a one-party system argues that the unity and the coalitions of the elites can enhance administrative efficiency and are more conducive to proposing a comprehensive and systematic urban development plan without external interference. On the other hand, the theory of a multi-party system contends the competition among multiple parties is more beneficial for infrastructure development. Political parties, in an effort to gain voters, will compete in infrastructure development and promise better development perspectives to attract voters, suggesting that it is competition and the monopoly that drives urban development. There are also the doubts and criticisms regarding to the perspective. For instance, some scholars have empirically refuted this view, arguing that many promises made during competition elections end up being more slogans. Once political party gain power and find themselves unable to fulfill their promises, therefore, competition is merely a strategic tool and not a true mechanism for driving development. A more insightful and persuasive viewpoint stresses that the characteristics of political parties are more crucial. The attributes of a party determine who their supporters are, whose interests they protect, and which demographic groups they are aimed to attract with their policies. Examples include the ethnic parties and regional parties. We should view the history of the political parties in Kenya. As yet well known, marked in the year of 1922, Kenya transitioned from a one-party system to a multi-party system. During the period of the one-party system, the urbanization process is slow, with the majority of the population not residing in cities. The Kenya African National Union is a loosely organized political party with very weak local presence, lacking strong party regulations and constraints. Kenyan leaders mainly rely on the state machinery and the bureaucratic institutions for governance rather than leveraging the power of the political parties. Political parties have not become a driving force for urban development. After 1992, parties frequently undergo changes, reorganizations, divisions, and alliances for electoral purposes, but they are not stable in the long term. There are no nationwide people's parties, only temporary parties, collates are formed. Most political parties are ethnic-based, and they commonly mobilized along ethnic lines to protect ethnic interests. During the period, Kenya saw an increasing wealth gap, and urban and economic development faced growing challenges. In order to secure the voters of the poor, political parties began to characterize the ruling elite for the inability to promote economic growth, particularly in addressing the urban issues such as those witnessed during the 2007 elections. Based on a review of the history of political parties in Kenya, we can identify the causal mechanism between the urban development in Kenya and the party competition. Underfunding and the lack of national capacity coincide with rapid urbanization and a massive influx of peoples into cities. Within these structural constraints, all governing groups' urban development plan and vision struggle to have a material foundation in the form of concrete policies. While political parties excel in using the deficiencies in urban development for propaganda and mobilization, they face challenges in playing constructive role. Political parties lack the mobilization and societal penetrative capacities, and they lack the capacity to drive their own reform agendas. Government institutions serve as the primary implementers of urban development. Political parties rely on being in power to implement their power policies. Both the government and the political parties lack a fixed Therefore, in the near future, urban development requires increased infusion of external funds and assistance from other countries for infrastructure development. It necessitates more oversight and anti-corruption efforts. A comprehensive and systematic urban development plan is essential. Ethnic mobilization will continue to be primary mobilization strategy for Kenyan political parties. However, as the urbanization process progresses, all parties will be compelled to respond to the challenge posed by urbanization. Political parties are increasingly have to highlight their relevance in urban development, as failure to drive mobilization may result in the loss of voter favor. Nevertheless, this party competition is still challenging to directly translate into concrete policies, but will have a more significant direct impact. So finally, I would like to emphasize that despite facing many challenges, I'm heartening to see the urbanization in Kenya is accelerating. The importance and the achievements of major cities like Napoli in the global economy are evident to all. What I'm advocating is that Kenya political parties should pay more attention to urban infrastructure development in the future and play a more significant role. These trends are also observative. Thank you for your listening, and I would like to express my apologies and gratitude once again.
Thank you for that presentation. We are going to hear the remaining ones, and then we have the question and answer session. So next we have Yan Zhang and Yang Fan Lee. And we said we are playing. Yes, yeah, so it's the next video.
Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Qian. I'm from Xiamen University. Today, my topic is multi-decadal seawater landings, a comparison of Africa and China. Today, I will present on 4 aspects: background, methods, results and discussion, and conclusions. The first part is the background. Coastal zones is the most densely populated and economically developed area. Over 40% of the population lives within 100 kilometers of the coast, and 12 out of the 16 megacities are situated along the coast. As the coastal economy continues to rapidly develop and the population grows, seaward landings has become a crucial means for coastal cities to address land security and adapt to the increasing need for survival and development space. Over the past few decades, many coastal countries like China, the Netherlands, the United Kingdom, Japan, South Korea, and Singapore have carried out large-scale seaward landings activities to support agriculture, industry, and urban development. One study found that in 135 coastal cities with a population of more than 100 million, 106 of them have seaward landings activities, and the new gained area has reached 2,500 square kilometers. Another student found that over half of the natural shorelines in 30 coastal cities around the world have been replaced by hardened shorelines. Despite some research have been conducted, there is no global dataset on the spatial temporal distribution of seaward landings. Therefore, we conduct a study on the global spatial and temporal distribution of seaward landings, using China as an example to demonstrate our method. The second part is about the method. We developed a fully automatic multi-dedical urban expansion detect method that can identify the range of through the remote sensing image without relying on existing datasets or priori knowledge as a reference. We overcome the problem of manual sample selection. Besides, for coastal cities, we develop a tidal correction model that can automatically generate the highest tidal images of tidal fluctuations on coastal land use classification. These two parts are the two most important parts of our methods. Now let's move to our results. Our study found that the total area of China's seaward landings is over 9,000 square kilometers. It grew rapidly from 1986 to 2013, but at a slower rate after 2017. The most seaward landings are located in 3 provinces, like Liaoning, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang. From the temporal perspective, majority of seaward landings were developed from 2001 to 2010 in most areas. Urban built-up area accounts for 45% of the total new gain area, with Jiangsu, Liaoning, and Zhejiang province having the largest proportion. In Hainan, Hong Kong, Macau, Tianjin, and Guangxi, the main type of new gained land is urban built-up area, accounting for more than 17%. Hong Kong and Shanghai's development was concentrated from 1991 to 2000, while Tianjin and Guangxi were concentrated from 2011 to 2020. By comparing with previous studies, we found that previous research on urban expansion have ignored the expansion of seaward landings. Our research can identify the larger scale of urban expansion and distinguish this special pattern of urban expansion from other forms. We also developed a data visualization app on the Google Earth Engine platform for easy data exploration, and this research has been published on remote sensing of environment. Building on this, we extended our research globally and identified global seaward landings using remote sensing images. Results: the first global long-term spatial distribution map for seaward landings, covering 93 coastal countries and 956 coastal cities, we found that global seaward expansion covers about 16,000 square kilometers, with 90% occurring in Asia. Focusing on China and Africa, we found that of all the new gained areas, China occupied 75%, while Africa only occupied 1.4% of the total gained land. The ratio of coastline length between China and Africa is about 38 to 62, but the ratio of seaward land gains area is 97 to 3. We also found that China, South Korea, North Korea, India, and United Arab Emirates are the top 5 countries in the world for seaward land gains, while Mauritania, Namibia, Egypt, and Nigeria or Angola are the top 5 countries in Africa. From the temporal perspective, China showed a significantly increasing trend during 1985 to 2020. In Africa, Algeria and Cameroon showed a significant increase trend, while Tunisia, Egypt, Mauritania, Sierra Leone showed a significantly decreased trend. Besides, we also use deep learning to classify new gained land into residential, commercial, transportation, public, agriculture, and cropland. We found that port development and agriculture were the most common purpose for seaward land expansion in both Africa and China. Compared to Africa, China's coastal cities have experienced a higher degree of urbanization, resulting in a thriving marine economy. The last part is the conclusions. We can conclude that in the past 30 years, China has expanded its land area through seaward land gains for the development of ports, agriculture, and other marine-related activities. It has promoted the development of China's marine economy. Africa also has a long coastline, but compared with China, its coastline carries a lower economic density. Seaward land gains while promoting marine economic development. It has caused serious damage to ecosystems, reduced coastal protection, and increased the risk of climate change. That's all my presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that presentation. We are moving on to the last one by Isa Danja and Xingping Wang. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Isa from Southeast University, Nanjing, China. Sorry, the title of my presentation is Reconfiguring African SDGs to serve as a vehicle for achieving sustainable, inclusive industrialization. So this is the outline of the presentation. So I'll start by talking about industrialization. So it's true that industrialization plays a crucial role in attaining economic growth, and therefore it should be integral part of every country's economic development strategy. So that is why both regional and global development agendas, such as Agenda 2063 and UN SDG, recognizes industrialization as a vital means to tackle Africa's economic vulnerabilities and foster its development. So these vulnerabilities are shown by the outbreak of COVID-19 in the 2019. So during that period, most African countries were shook, as most of the products used are not really manufactured in Africa. So therefore, industrialization is very important. And special economic zones offers a valuable tool to address that weaknesses because it helps in infrastructural development, building manufacturing industries, development of innovation, and technology transfer. So over the last 2 decades, SEZs in Africa increased notably. So this is a map of SEZs in Africa. You can see from 1990 to 2020. This is from the African Economic Zones Organization in 2021. It shows that there are about 203 operational zones in Africa. And out of them, North Africa accounted for the highest with 29%. West Africa has 24%. East Africa with 26%. Southern Africa has 15%, while the Central African region has the smallest share of 6%. So currently, after the COVID-19, SEZs in Africa are transforming. Most of them previously are traditional export processing zones. So they are mostly changing now to multifunctional zones in order to accommodate so many companies within them. So it is believed that these modern zones can provide additional economic development tools for revitalization of existing industries. And also the rising number of the zones shows that Africa can compete, as so many countries are building the SEZs now. So before we can reconfigure the African SEZ, we first need to identify their challenges. So what we did is we performed a systematic literature review using literature from 2000 to 2021, and we identified the challenges. So after identifying the challenges, we coded and categorized them into the following: policy and regulatory challenges, infrastructural challenges, financing and investment challenges, capacity challenges, and sustainability challenges. So these are the challenges we find on each category. So using the same literature, we propose the following solution. Number one is that SEZ should be set up according to each country's comparative advantage, and linking SEZ programs to natural resources, natural resource endowment, and other low-tech industries. Then there is upgrading agricultural productive landscape towards higher value-added production. And there is creation of network of integrated SEZs. Then there's clustering of existing firms in and around SEZs to enable specialization and encourage high-value production. Then there is secondary cities can be used as nodes to promote inclusive industrialization in Africa. Then there's need for adequate financial autonomy to be given to the SEZ authorities in order to execute the infrastructural projects they really needed. Then finally, there's need for alignment of national vision, formulation of SEZ working groups, and consideration of investors' requirement. So we try to use existing scenarios in order to show that these proposed solutions are effective. So for that, I'll just move to the examples we pick. So for solution one, we pick example from the Ethiopian Industrial Park Development Corporation. So what they did was to utilize the country's abundant natural resources, especially in agriculture, because they have a lot of coffee. So what they did is to establish agro-industrial park. So for that reason, there is promotion of addition of agricultural sector, creation of employment, and driving export growth. For solution two, we pick case of Iskandar, Malaysia Economic Zone. The region has abundant natural resources such as palm plantation, rubber production. So what they did is they link that resources to low-tech industries such as agro-processing and low-tech manufacturing. So the result was a growth of robust ecosystem of low-tech industries in the region. For solution 3, we pick example of Hawassa Industrial Park in Ethiopia. Someone yesterday was talking about it. So what they did was to integrate the textile and apparel manufacturing with agriculture. So by doing that, they create a backward linkages with cotton farmers that are living around the area. And for that, they increase the quality and the quantity of the production of cotton. So for solution 4, we pick Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area in China. So what they did was to establish integrated network of SEZs, including in Shenzhen, Zhuhai, and other cities. So in order to form innovation centers and high-tech industries. So the result was changing the region and creation of collaboration, technology transfer, and talent mobility across the region. So the next, we use Shenzhen also as an example. What they did was to encourage clustering and specialization of electronics and manufacturing industries and high-tech industries. So the reason, as a result, Hong Kong became a global hub for technology and innovation. Then the use of secondary cities, we pick example from Ghana's implementation of one district, one factory initiative. So what they did is they tried to use their secondary cities as nodes in order to establish industries in those regions. So by doing that, the secondary cities become vibrant also. Then for adequate financing, we pick Dubai International Financial Center as an example. So what they did was they give them autonomy to create their own infrastructure, legal framework, and everything. So as a result, they have an ultra-modern infrastructure and making the region a thriving financial center across the world. The last one, we also use United Arab Emirates as an example. So the dedicated authorities and working group that collaborate with investors in the special economic zones make the region becomes seamless operation and support for investors' requirement. So I would like to talk about this mostly is a new concept. They are talking about the basic stakeholders of SEZ. I think they are some of the reasons behind the success of special economic zones in China. So what they are saying is that before you create an SEZ, you need to identify these people. First, you need to identify who is the developer. So these developers, they can be government agencies, public-private partners, and so on and so forth. Then you need to know who is the investor, who is going to invest in that zone. And then you need to find out who is operator, who is going to operate the zone. And then finally, you need to know who is regulator, who is going to regulate the zone. So this interact, these 4 stakeholders, they interact in this way with the regulator at the top. So the red arrow shows the relationship between the management and the ones that are being managed. So it shows that the regulator has a sole role of managing the other stakeholders. And then the green arrow shows that these 3 stakeholders, they are operating at the same level and they have a strong relationship and connection. So what we try to do next is to use our proposed solution to identify which stakeholder is best to implement each and every one. So for the first solution, we think is the duty of regulator, and the rationale behind it is like the regulators are government agencies. So they are responsible for determining policies for countries. And the second policy we also believe is the duty of a regulator. The third one is the combination between developers and operators. The third one is the duty of the 3, regulators, operators, and developers. So regulators can provide overreaching framework for the network, while developers and operators are essential for designing, implementing, and managing the interconnected SEZs. The fourth one, we believe, is the duty of operator and the developer. The fifth one is regulator and developer also. And the last one we say is the duty of regulator and investors. So in conclusion, we believe that despite having a lot of problems, special economic zone is still important in developing African industrialization. And then environmental sustainability need to be implemented. when using natural resources. I believe that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for using the very, very short time. Yeah, these yes, now we have had the 3 presentations, and yes, thank you for those insightful presentations. We've had a lot of a variety of new ideas in handling some of the things that we are doing in the development agenda. It is now time for question and answer session. And I want us to begin with the first presentation, which was by video, and it was by Ding Ping, Guo, and Zhao. The presentation was on urban development and multi-party politics in Kenya. I now invite questions. Yes, Professor Helen? Someone to pass the mic to her, please.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Emma.
Sorry
about that. Yeah, when it comes to multi-party politics, we have to say something about it because we belong here and somehow we are there during the one-party state and we are here during the multi-party, and this is our country. So in relation to multi-party and urbanization, there's a lot that we have benefited due to the multi-party system, particularly after the new constitution was brought into place. You find that there is the equity transfer of funds to the counties, and that has contributed to the development of the counties. Normally we discuss among ourselves, even if this is used in whatever way, at least it is trickling down to the county. So that is something positive about that. Of course, there is prudence, there is a lot of accountability these days in terms of use of these funds. And because of the fact that we have a lot of exposure, social media and so on, when it is not done, we are able to know. So I'm just pointing out that that is one of the advantages we have had due to multi-party. Thank you.
Thank you for that contribution. Next, please.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Agnes. I am a UN staff member, UN Habitat staff member. I am a Kenyan citizen, and I'm not an expert in urban development issues. However, I need to understand the importance of this question on the relationship between urban development and the multi-party system. I need to understand how the information can be used or applied, considering that Kenya is in a multi-party system currently, and we are not going to revert back to a single-party system. I also want to mention that apart from being a multi-party system, we have a devolved system of government, and this means that the central government has less control of resources. Kindly elaborate on the importance of the question. Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Okay. Let's have the presenter respond to the questions. Oh, you're done.
Let me do this. So in fact, this presentation made by my students in my class, which is comparative politics. So I try to encourage our students to do more case studies, also include some African countries, in order to relate our topic to this conference. So we design this research, try to explore the relation between the urban development and the multi-party politics. So during the past years, there are many exchanges in Kenya, especially the transition from the single-party system to multi-party competition. So we try to explore what on the impact of this new party politics in Kenya. So of course, when one country introduces new constitution and develop new party politics, there must be some impact on the urban development. For example, when we introduce the multi-party competition in one country, some party maybe have a close relation in some areas with some special districts, and then they may have support from some specific district. When they won the election, they may distribute more resources to such kind of district. So we may check such kind of the relation between the urban development and multi-party competition. Usually, the multi-party competition will contribute to the urban development. So this is one fact. And also, since there are the multi-party politics, that means during some periods, one party dominates the politics, and some other time, another party came to power. But then they changed the candidates. So while we may find the party politics contribute to the urban development, we also find the very serious problem. That means the multi-party competition also contributes for that to the inequality in urban development. Okay. So this is a serious problem in many countries, also including Kenya. Okay. So this is some comments and answers. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for that response. Do we have another question on that topic? Yes, Sammy.
Am I allowed? Yes, actually, mine is not a question, but it's also an enhancement on what he's saying. And yes, mine is an addition. Addition in the sense that development cannot take place minus leadership, and leadership influences the development. And mainly, leadership comes in with the element of politics. So the studies on how the government politics play influences urban development. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll also add something. I think I'm allowed. Following the implementation of or adoption of devolution, one of the best things that happened to this country is that we created some 47 kind of kingdoms were created. And each of those has a headquarters. These headquarters were created from previously small towns. If you visit them today, they are real towns. And that is from the power of politics. Oh yes, because every county wants to shine, to outshine the other. And so we have a lot of urban development taking place since then. Yeah. We can move to the next presentation and pick questions. The next presentation was, oh yes, Professor Lee is here. The topic was multi-decadal seaward urban sprawl, a comparison of Kenya and China. And from that, we've been shown that Africa is blessed with a long coastline. And in spite of that, the use of that coastline is much, much less. It is not as significant as it is in China. What is the problem in Africa? Why is it that we are not making good use of the coastal, the coastline, yeah, to enhance our development in those areas? So let's have questions, please. Even if it is to ask what it is that China is doing that we are not doing. Please, somebody ask.
Thank you. Thank you for chair, and thank you for your question. I think it's very good question. That's also a main reason why I come here to discuss with you, African friends, to talk about it. However, I mean, just on China, I just use the remote, we group just use remote sensing to identify the coastal land use, urban sprawl in Africa and China. However, in the land-ocean integration, what's the economic mechanism in Africa? We are not clear. So that's why I come here to discuss with you. Just I answered the question about the lessons. What about the coastal development lessons in China? And I also want to share the economic contribution of China, just coastal cities, coastal cities, why China can promote some cities during the last 40 years from the rural area, from the small village to top 10 mega cities. I think that's the interesting thing maybe African friends want to know. As a Shenzhen case, I'm not an economist. However, for my understanding, the policy is very important policy. The open up and reform policy, and we financing used outside of the mainland of China, especially Hong Kong. And why Hong Kong from the foreign investment financing 40 years ago in China, and of course Chinese people working hard, and right policy, working harder. I think another thing is good, how to say, synergy, good relationship, synergy between urbanization and industry development. I think that's also a very interesting thing in China to balance these two wills well to promote the economic development. That's my understanding. Sorry.
Thank you, Professor Lee, for that response. And I agree with you to a great extent, because this is something that touches on the blue economy. And here in Kenya, we have just turned our attention to that. So we are still in the process of developing the policy, the planning bit of it and all that. Yeah, so assuming that Kenya is not the only one that is lagging behind, if we take it that most of the other African countries are at that stage, then that can explain the great disparity. Any other questions? Okay, then we move to the last presentation, which was on reconfiguring African special economic zones to serve as vehicles for achieving inclusive, sustainable industrialization. Questions, please?
Thanks so much, Isa, for the presentation. It's really fantastic. I wanted to invite you to talk a little bit more about what is specific about the economic conditions surrounding SEZs in the African context and in your case, and how might they be similar or different from SEZs in the China context. So in the China context, SEZs began in the early 1980s as a way to move out of the command economy, and these SEZs essentially disarticulated from the national plans, where you had the central state still allocating prices around major resources, but within the SEZs, you could have higher integration of FDI and a whole bunch of different things that essentially disarticulated from the plan. Is that a similar feature in the African context, or what are some of the kind of key features that may be similar or different from China?
Thank you for the question, Jesse. I think it's a good question. So as you said, the SEZs begin, especially in China, in the early 80s with the resource and opening up. In Africa, SEZs begin also in the 1970s with a few countries such as Senegal and Mauritius. I think they are the pioneers of SEZs in Africa. Then in the 1990s, then several other African countries started to implement the zones. So the problem is like, in Africa, what they try to do at the beginning is to just go straight from services. They didn't follow like a complete process of structural transformation. That's moving from typical agriculture to production, and then moving to other higher services such as digital technology and the rest. So what they did is just try to jump. They didn't follow through the structural process, and they build export processing zones. And what happened in the export processing zones is like they don't really produce anything. It's more like processing the raw materials and sending them out. So while China are inviting companies to settle in the zone, process the raw materials to get their high value for them, Africa, what they're doing is mostly process the natural resources and export them out. So I think for Africa, in case of SEZ, it's like a mistake upon mistake. We try to pick, let's say, the ideas or what other countries did. However, we pick it in the wrong way. We just jump to where they are when we try to copy them, instead of learning their stages through their stages of development. Okay, what did you do first? We first do this, and then this, and then this. But we just jumped into the stage where they are. So, okay, we want to build SEZs in China. We don't consider, okay, first the location. For China, example, they start by developing coastal cities. And up to now, if you go to China's side, the coastal cities are the most developed regions in China. So development is like moving inward towards land. From the coastal cities, development is moving inward towards the land. So in Africa, it's like we didn't do that. We mostly just jumped into settling the zones wherever we wish to. So that's why I said that you need to, I try to show it in the last PPTs, like you need to identify who are the developers, who are the investors, and the rest. So those stages will show you, okay, this is where you're supposed to do this. And then in our proposed solution, maybe we are endorsed, like example, the case of Ethiopia, like they are rich in coffee and their coffee is one of the best in the world. So what they try to do, because they are really following through the structural process, they develop that, and now they're having a high value addition for their coffee. So similar other countries such as Morocco, South Africa are trying to do that. Morocco with the automotive industry, South Africa with their resources and natural resources. But other African countries are learning now. So we don't know where it's going to go. But I think if we follow through structural process, we can really get there. Thank you.
With that, we come to the end of this session, and I want to thank you, all the presenters, for the good presentation that you've done. And then for the audience, if you were not there, then there would have been no presentations. And I also want to thank you for your participation, active participation. Now, can we be taken a photograph? We cannot leave here before that is done. Oh, yes.
So actually, we have a photo. It's already published, through ICCCASU platform.
For the panel.
Yes.
This panel?
Yes.
Oh, good.
So those who have, who are in the ICCCASU WhatsApp or WeChat, so they can see this photo. So people can confirm. I have a photo. I can show you.
Okay, thank you.
I can show you. See, it's already online. Yes, that's good.
Oh,
Right?
good.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. So let's give them a big applause for this. Yes. Thank you. Okay. All right. So right now, so what we're gonna do? So I'm going to Versa because we didn't have a chance to get coffee. It was not ready. So we had a coffee break already, but we did not get coffee because it was not ready. So what we're gonna do, just go outside, we grab our coffee, and we come back, and then we continue our panel. So please, not more than 5 minutes, okay? So that we're still on schedule. But before we do that, I'm going to call Sammy quickly to give us a schedule for tomorrow. You know that we're supposed to have exhibition and festival. So Sammy, can you come quickly, please? Yeah. So what's the schedule? Yeah.
Yes.
What's the plan?
The plan. Thank you very much, Tonto. The plan for tomorrow, we are having Nairobi Festival season. So in the morning, I was talking to the director, and they are promising and they have taken the mandate to sponsor the delegates for the festival tomorrow. So they wanted to know how many will be attending the festival. And the festival entails these activities. We are going to have traditional meal, we're going to have traditional dances, and then we are going to have the Nairobi culture. So it's for the whole day, if you go there, and then up to evening. Now, this one is coming in the substitute of the street exhibition, because we felt the festival encompasses everything we had thought about the street exhibition. And it will be more interactive because most families, most visitors will be in the festival. So it will be more interactive than the street, because the street, which is more of mechanical, hard, but the festival is the cultural and social. So let's know how many are willing to attend.
So for those who are willing, please contact Sammy at the end, okay? All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's get our coffee and come back for the next session.
Welcome back, everybody, to the next session. Can you hear me okay out there? I'm Jesse Rodebecker from Princeton University and Rutgers University. I'm going to be the moderator for this panel. What's the relationship between nature and the city? What happens if your city has too little or too much water? How do you manage floods? What happens if your river is polluted? What's the relationship between urban green space and socioeconomic well-being? These are some of the questions that this panel is going to address. The panel theme is around urban ecological challenges. We're going to have 3 presentations, 2 of which are in person, 1 of which is online. We're joined here on stage by Hippolyte Lakota from Cameroon National Order of Urban Planners. He's going to give a talk titled Urban Flooding, Understanding the Phenomenon to Better Manage It. The second presentation will be from Professor Elijah Biama, Vice Chair of the Niarobi Rivers Commission. This presentation is on Niarobi River Basin Regeneration Program, a policy proposal for urban river reclamation and sustainable development. And we're also joined by Joy Mutai, who can join us up here. Thank you. And the third presentation will be an online presentation by Richard Nayaleda from University of Ottawa. And the theme there is the roles of green space in enhancing socioeconomic well-being, in particular for Montreal residents. So we'll go through the 3 presentations. Please collect your questions as you hear them. We'll save all of the questions until after all 3 presenters have presented, and then we'll take questions collectively for all the panelists together. So please join me in welcoming Hippolyte Lakota. Please come to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you for ICCCASU for giving me this opportunity to present a summary of recent research we did on behalf of ICCCASU Bank, Islamic Development Bank. We were interested in how we can address flooding challenges in Africa. And what we find out was that Africa was lagging behind in adopting modern, I would say, efficient method of dealing with floodings. So in this presentation, we're going to go through five items. What is the flood risk in Africa? Cities. What is the role of cities concerning climate change? And how do we deal with floods in Africa? And what are the challenges for urban planning? You see, recently we noticed a lot of flooding events in Africa. They are different in nature. For instance, in Maputo, Mozambique in 2022, they faced a coastal tropical cyclone they call Gombe, which made which created a great disaster. In Jamena, we had riverine floodings because of heavy rainfalls. In Nigeria, we have riverine floodings combined, a combination of heavy rains and the dam opening at Lagdo, the dam opening at Lagdo in Cameroon, which creates floods, intensify the floods. In Dakar, we also observe the marine submersions after a violent storm. And in Libya, we had a breakage of a dam after the landing of Storm Daniel. And the toll death was very high. We spoke of more than 3,000. No. What is the impact of climate change? The climate change drives extreme events For instance, we have wildfire, for instance, and we also have frequent and intense storms, which generates severe floods in Africa. And cities are contributing to this. Cities are contributing to it because they are contributing to climate change because of spatial expansion. They cause destruction of agricultural land and forest. They create emission of greenhouse gases through industrial discharge and transport and waste dumps. But cities are also opportunities to implement climate actions and then to try to mitigate the impacts of climate change. They can integrate climate consideration in planning, and they can strengthen the resilience for infrastructure, and also they can engage communities to adapt locally. What was our traditional approach to flooding, to deal with floods? It's we assume here in Africa, we still assume that a project can provide safety from floods. And we are building drainage systems, flood defenses, communities, and in development and individual strategies are also developed at local level. Nature-based solution, which consists of letting the nature manage the risk, are left aside. But because they prefer structural measures instead of natural-based solutions. We have other limits in our traditional way of dealing with floods. We implement piecemeal operations, and these operations are costly. There is inadequate coordination between the different stakeholders. There is inappropriate governance and institutional arrangements. The community involvement is very low, and there are insufficient funds to extend the operation to other areas. And finally, we have an insufficient return on experience. How do other parts of the world, how are they dealing with floods? In most other regions in the world, we found that they implement integrated flood management. What does it mean? It is it derived from the same-day framework for disaster risk management and an integrated water resources management approach. So it is a process that promotes the coordinated development of water, land, and related resources to maximize the resultant economic and social welfare equitably without compromising the sustainability of vital ecosystems. Through integrated flood management, we tend to manage floods through managing the water cycle as a whole, integrate water and land management, and manage risk and uncertainty in 5 stages. First, the first objective will be to try to reduce the flood hazards by implementing wetlands management and green infrastructure. After we have reduced this hazard, we can now implement flood protections, which are made of embankments, flood barriers, and so on. At the third stage come the land use regulation implementation, enforcement. By setting, through land use regulation, we are trying to set setback lines so that which retreats we need to avoid the hazard. There are other measures concerning the structures who are built, and such as building regulations and proofing of infrastructures. After these measures have been taken, what is needed now is to prepare the communities to deal with the floods by setting up early warning systems, evacuation plans, and flood hazard maps will help to draw evacuation plans and so on. Raising preparedness is the first stage. It's very important to involve the communities. So since they can implement strategies at a level. And then after all these measures have been taken, the risk we will have to deal with will be residual. And with this residual risk, we just have to manage emergencies. So that was the first way. But we in Africa, we are not implementing these pathways. So if you assume that we need to only manage residual risk, it will mean for us that we should know, firstly, the magnitude of flood hazards. We should analyze the exposures of human activities and also the vulnerabilities of the elements which are at risk. There are 5 types of vulnerability. They are physical, which concerns the structure, built structures. They are social, which concern the populations and the fragilities. They are economics, concern activities and other human activities. Okay. There are also the environmental vulnerabilities, which concern the ecosystems, because ecosystems itself is damaged by floods. And there are these issues of institutional vulnerabilities, which concern governance. Poor governance is generalized in our countries concerning flood management. These vulnerabilities influenced by 3 factors: the rainfall patterns and the catchment characteristics, the exposure of and land use, insufficient adaptive capacity. So, meaning to implement integrated flood management, we have a lot of challenges because, as we said, we have not yet started implementing it. The first challenge is to manage at the scale of a whole basin, the whole catchment. So we are, because of floods are complex and they are dynamics. The floods we have 1 year will not be the same the next year. And we need to manage this complexity and this dynamics. We need to define which risk is acceptable. And this leads us to make trade-offs between development objectives and protection objectives. It requires a lot of collaborations, a lot of innovation and commitment to build resilient communities. The second challenge concerns implementing climate actions to contribute to global mitigation and also reduce impacts of floodings. There are contributions that are expected from cities concerning building resilience, policy and planning, community engagement, transportation and mobility, and economic adaptation. And the third challenge is that of financing IFM. integrated flood management, which the challenge is to define economic instruments that can play as incentives to implement flood management regulations. And there are also these risk financing instruments which are determined before the event, so that they can play a crucial role in mitigating the impacts. It is important in concerning the finance issue to shift our mindset to finance non-structural measures like land use planning, early warning systems, and community engagement. The other issues are enforcing land use regulation in the context of complexity and dynamic nature of plots, context of rapid urbanization and rampant urban poverty. It is also challenging to implement a multi-sectoral approach, since a single discipline cannot comprehend the dynamics of floods. We should also need to understand the social and behavioral aspects, policy and governance aspects, and adaptation to technological new instruments like ICTs. And finally, one of the challenges is to have a return on experience, learning from extreme events and learning from operational solutions. I found out that we do not document enough the project strategies we are implementing in Africa. In conclusion, I would say understanding what flooding situations are various in nature, impacts and complexity, and it does matter to characterize precisely any single situation to better manage it. There are numerous challenging issues that cities and their stakeholders are yet to tackle in Sub-Saharan Africa, such as the implementation of IFM, along with climate action, financing flood management, and engaging all stakeholders, including communities, in order to build resilient cities. Urban planning is a key element for managing flood efficiently, and it requires a multidisciplinary approach to mainstream land use regulations in flood management strategies. Developing and sharing knowledge on flood management is a crucial challenge, as there is a need to bridge science, policy, and practice to build resilient communities. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for the presentation, Hippolyte. Next, we will have Professor Elijah Biama. Please join me in welcoming him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you have just been informed, my name is Professor Elijah Biama. I'm a professor of environmental and water systems engineering, and I'm currently the vice chair of the Niarobi Rivers Commission, which was is a government commission that was established in the year 2022, on the 2nd of December 2022, by His Excellency, the President of Kenya, through a Gazette notice that did get us established as a commission with 9 commissioners. And with the time that establishment of the commission has since been entrenched in the government structures through an executive order number 2 of November 2023, which now clearly states the position of the Commission within the government structures in this country. I'm going to give you some presentation this morning that touches on the progress that we have made as a Commission in the 1 year, already 1 year old from December 2022, and now we are in December 2023, and trying to see some of the things that we have accomplished within the period. I'll be moving from the slides to my notes. While that is going on, I think I'll just continue giving you a bit of some overview of what I'm going to talk about. And so we have been established by those two through the Kenya Gazette notice and then the executive order of number 2 of November 2023. And the mandate of this commission is the coordination of the initiatives for the protection, restoration, rehabilitation, and beautification of the Niarobi rivers and all water bodies within the Niarobi River basin through a basin-wide integrated approach. We are tasked to reclaim the rivers of Niarobi as a spine of to the city's blue and green infrastructure for a better urban environment and quality of life. And our goal is to make the cities and the human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And today, more than half of the world's populations now live in cities. In other words, there is this influx of people from rural settlements to the cities, and that's quite evident in quite a number of countries around the world. Now, so just a bit of some introduction. Like I said, the commission was established through a Gazette notice number 14.910 on November 2nd of 2022 to reclaim the rivers of Niarobi. And that following that, His Excellency the President then launched the Niarobi Rivers Commission on the 22nd of February 2023. And the mandate or the objective of this commission is to do the coordination of the initiatives for the protection, the restoration, the rehabilitation, and beautification of the Niarobi rivers and all water bodies within the Niarobi river basin through what is otherwise referred to as a basin-wide, what is otherwise referred to as a basin-wide integrated approach. And of course, the task is to reclaim the rivers of Niarobi as a spine to the city's blue and green infrastructure for a better and urban environment and quality of life. And because our goal is to make these cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And today, as you are aware, more than half of the world's population live in cities, because there's been this influx of people from rural settlements to the urban environment. Now, if we were to look at the issue of wastewater management and public health concerns within the Niarobi River Mission, you find that we face in the basin numerous challenges related to wastewater disposal and inadequate sanitation, leading to negative impacts on public health and surrounding ecosystems. Of course, there are issues like pollution and wastewater discharge, waterborne diseases, deterioration of the ecosystem, and contaminated groundwater and sanitation issues that do arise because of this. And addressing the wastewater management requires a multifaceted approach through improved wastewater treatment, as establishing and upgrading wastewater treatment facilities is essential to remove pollutants and ensure that there is safe disposal of treated water. And then we have also the issue of sanitation infrastructure as yet another focus, where investment in proper sanitation facilities, such as toilets and waste management systems, can help reduce the direct discharge of untreated waste into the rivers. And of course, we have public awareness and education as yet another area of concern, where again we need to raise awareness about the importance of proper waste disposal, water conservation, and personal hygiene to promote behavior change. Then we also have the aspect of policies and regulatory framework and enforcement. Strengthening and enforcing environmental regulations is vital to ensure industries and communities comply with wastewater treatment standards. And then we have sustainable urban planning, implementing sustainable urban planning practices that can help mitigate pollution and manage waste water more effectively. Finally, there are coordination and communication, where a coordinated and integrated approach to wastewater pollution and ultimately can create a healthier and more sustainable environment for enhanced quality of life. Now, why the Commission? And again, the aspect of stakeholder communication. You find that since we were established, we have initially, the focus was on Niarobi County alone. But with time, we realized that we needed to bring on board, because we have devolved our governance structure in this country, the other counties that are in one way or the other touching on the three rivers that we are that are of concern to us. And so we have the counties of Niarobi, Kiambu, Kajiado, Machakos, and Makueni. And these counties have been brought on board through what we have established as the advisory group. There's an advisory group that advises the Commission on how to proceed and how to plan the activities. And so these counties are now represented in that advisory group alongside the UN agencies, UNEP, UN Habitat, World Resources Institute, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and KEPSA, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, as other members of that advisory group. Now, the success of the regeneration of the Niarobi River Basin requires an effective stakeholder coordination for integrated approaches with a good communication strategy that can build awareness, influence behavior, enhance relationships, manage reputation through effective communication, collaboration and partnerships with government agencies, NGOs, local communities, researchers, and private sectors that must work together to address these challenges collaboratively, and then dismantle the current silo structure response to the reverse regeneration efforts. In other words, we are promoting a structured approach that is all inclusive and not using this silo structured response. And then there's adopt a crisis response approach that is also very critical in efforts. And there is an urgency to tackle the immediate causes of pollution and ecological damage of the Niarobi rivers basin. Now, there are some immediate actions required. One, of course, is breaking the institutional silo operation approach. And here, we need to convene stakeholders to develop a jointly owned action plan and strategic plan. These are things we've done already. We have a Niarobi Rivers Recovery Strategy Action Plan that is in place, and we also have a strategic plan. And then coordinate a multi-agency, multi-stakeholder situational analysis exercise. Again, this is an exercise that we have undertaken as a commission. And then create a platform and tools for stakeholders and interest groups to come and on board. Identify catalytic transformative actions. Build public ownership and citizens' engagement in these activities. Develop a community engagement framework and a communication plan for the basin that we are operating in, and then bring life into the program and building political momentum. We have already the political will. We have the political will. Then establish a command and coordination center. We are what we are referring to as the multi-agency operation center. And here, it's mainly supposed to operationalize on-ground activities aimed at immediately tackling the current pollution challenges. Establishing a 24/7 multi-agency sectoral command and action center by August 2023, and creating a platform for all stakeholders and interest groups to monitor progress and report issues, incidences relating to the river. And then we have got the geospatial mapping of the entire Niarobi River Basin, collect all existing geospatial data, initiate an exercise to fill geospatial data gaps. Then stakeholders, here NRC has structured its framework for the action plan in 10 strategic focal areas. That's catchment protection and restoration, riparian and wetland reclamation and protection, waste to rivers, which is made up of solid waste, sewerage, industrial effluent, drainage and hydrology, land use, people and social, technical, that is science and research, resources and resource mobilization, monitoring and evaluation, and publicity and communication. The first four are the thematic areas that we focused on in our plan of activities that we are using currently. And then we have got partnerships and climate action for a better future. Invest heavily on green spaces and massive tree planting to bring nature back to human space. The green and blue spaces to be designed as recreational water bodies, parks, walking nature trails, cycling paths, and urban forestry. Provide for connectivity between these renatured landscapes for quick recovery and of biodiversity. Creating awareness and urgency among Niarobi River residents to secure the basin for restoration of natural habitats and educate the stakeholders on the opportunities and benefits of urban renewal and rewilding. And then we have opportunities to create value and investments in the river basin. That is waterfront markets and developments, enhance value of river basin, create jobs, affordable housing to transform informal settlements, bottom-up economic model, constructed urban wetland flux systems, urban grid corridors, urban water reservoirs, urban waste to energy and urban agriculture, non-motorized and public transport linkages, and waste wealth opportunities. That is socioeconomic transformation. In conclusion, by using an emergency response approach to this problem, the Commission is determined to actualize the dream and vision of transforming the Niarobi Rivers Basin, to catalyze inclusive urban regeneration, spur climate resilient growth, unlock the region's investment potential, and build a resilient city. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that excellent presentation, Professor Elijah Biama. Next, we have an online presentation from Richard Niarobi from University of Ottawa. Do we have that queued up? Okay, so again, write down your questions and we'll take questions for all three panelists. I believe Richard will be online after his presentation airs. Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Richard Niarobi from the University of Ottawa. As you can see, my paper is titled Laneways to Livelihood, the Role of Green Spaces in Enhancing the Socio-Economic Well-Being of Montreal Residents. What are laneways? These are urban alleys in Montreal. They are created by residents with the purpose of creating green spaces, and they are also created in collaboration with the city. They have some characteristics which are, vegetation, and they are made into gardens or. Hello everyone, my name is Richard Niarobi from the University of Ottawa. As you can see, my paper is titled Laneways to Livelihood, the Role of Green Spaces in Enhancing the Socio-Economic Well-Being of Montreal Residents. What are laneways? These are urban alleys in Montreal. They are created by residents with the purpose of creating green spaces, and they are also created in collaboration with the city. They have some characteristics which are, vegetation, and they are made into gardens or just flowers, and they also sometimes contain some materials that are reused. And the aim is to make life in the neighborhood more livable out of a space that is most often not considered as useful. So the purpose is to foster community well-being by creating, a walking distance, a walking space, but it can be also used for biking and definitely for socializing. And in the framework of this study, we will assess how it might be also useful for addressing environmental issues like urban heat islands. So the main purpose of this research is to explore green laneway consumption and the experiences among Montreal residents themselves. The theoretical framework of this paper is based on social disorganization theory, whose aim is to study conditions where physical and social aspects in a neighborhood can influence the rate of crime and also influence some other social ills. So the aim is also to see how these neighborhood might be, these laneways can be areas, arenas for reducing crime and also promoting social cohesion, and particularly in low-income communities. The approach is qualitative, based on interviews, and that will be followed by thematic analysis of their discourse. We were in touch with 50 Montreal residents, and also the means of communication was by phone, namely because it was during the COVID period. So Richard, who collected the data in the framework of just a research that is not linked to my PhD as such, but which is still relevant for my interest. The sampling of the participants was based mostly on snowball sampling, and the analysis was made through content analysis and thematic categorization of the respondents' answers. So a brief history of Montreal laneways. They started in the 19th century transition from workers and bourgeois lanes to more of what is considered nowadays as green laneways. And these are some illustrations of how green laneways are made in Montreal nowadays, which can be seen as a playground for kids, but also a working space, but definitely also a green space for different purposes, which can be gardening or decoration, and even festivals, as we will discover through our interaction with the residents. So the result of our study reveals that there are varying levels of awareness and utilization based on socioeconomic background. Low-income neighborhoods report less access and understanding of the use, mostly with regards to their sustainability role. So green laneways are seen as escape, safe transport routes, and for recreation. As you can see, the green itself, or the sustainable or environmental goal, is not yet perceived as, at least not at the first instance. So it's mostly about shortcuts, or when people want to find spaces to escape a little bit some traffic jams of, or also a space of recreation, of discussion between neighbors when they are sharing the same environment. Definitely this creates also some concerns about cleanliness and maintenance when the initial goal is not well understood. There was also an uneven distribution across neighborhoods, particularly lacking in low-income areas. Physical accessibility issues was also raised for people with disabilities. So what these results lead us to think about. So there is a problem of awareness of green ways, but this varies definitely with regards to people's understanding. Some clearly understand that these landways are made or can be used for sustainable and environmental purposes, while others haven't yet seized it. And also their use or maintenance is influenced by personal preferences, be it for drawings, or some who use them for smoking space, or others who use it clearly for environmental purposes, which is to make the space greener and to grant better air for the citizens and for the inhabitants of the neighborhood. So there is an importance of equitable access to promote community well-being. Also, policy interventions are needed so that there is an equal access to various socioeconomic groups. So green laneways, definitely from the residents' declarations themselves, they improve mental health, physical activity, and communication connections. But definitely there needs to be a good maintenance. But there are definitely more challenges which are, concentrated laneways are found in affluent neighborhoods, and low-income neighborhoods lacking them. So the city might think about better distribution of the laneways creation, because although it's citizens' initiative, they are also supported by the city, as I mentioned. So definitely this study shows that green laneways exemplify citizen-led environmental friendly initiatives. The proposal is to lead or motivate policies to enhance access and maintenance, particularly in low-income areas, and also to foster inclusiveness. But in a global perspective, maybe these laneways can be compared to other experiences in different cities in the world. So in conclusion, the study aimed to assess how green laneways can have impact on socio-economic well-being of Montreal citizens. And the study shows from their understandings that definitely it helps the well-being of the citizens of Montreal. It highlights also the need for equitable and accessible urban greening initiatives. So as we have seen, there is a need of moving towards policy implementations of for a better livelihood. So this is kind of a summary of the study with the different implications even in global sphere, but taking into account the role of city authorities and with direct beneficiaries, citizens as the direct beneficiaries. So thank you, and this is the list of my references, and I hope we can delve into more discussion. Hello everyone, my name is Richard Atim Nirai Nielade.
Thanks very much. So my understanding is that Richard is also online. So we've got 4 panelists, Hippolyte, Joy, Professor Biama, and Richard. Before we open up the floor to questions, I wanted to give the panelists an opportunity to comment and pose questions to one another. If you have comments or questions from one another's presentations. Or Richard online.
Maybe I can. Is it clear?
Yeah,
Can
a
you
little
hear
bit
me?
close.
Hello, can you hear me? Perfect. Maybe because I have not spoken, I just want to start off with giving like a round of questions, and I hear that Richard is online. I'm Joy Mutai, so I'm with the Global Public Space Program at UN Habitat, and we have been also doing a similar approach with what Richard has just mentioned on assessing public spaces. One of the key questions I just want to ask Richard is in relation to per capita green in Montreal. Some of the statistics that he has already identified. I know one of the things that he has mentioned was that there is a clear, green space distribution issue in Montreal. But then when it comes to green area per capita, have they looked at that? And if there is standards within Canada that sets out what is the minimum per capita green area that is supposed to be established. I know that this is something that most cities would like to have at the global level. So if already Canada has this set in place, or China, or even any other city within the space here, that would be really fantastic to hear, so that we can think about well-being and greenness. And just before I even give the mic to Richard, I just wanted to give a brief overview also on what Professor Biama has talked about on Niarobi River Regeneration Program, as a background also just to establish where this came from. And it actually came from understanding the state of public and green areas in cities. And at that time, the county government of Nairobi was very keen to increase their per capita green, but also to leverage on spaces that have not been leveraged before. And that is looking at, for example, river corridors as one of the green corridors within the city, looking at streets as an entry point to connecting, open public spaces, and how to distribute public spaces across the city. And that is where the momentum on using Nairobi rivers as a key entry point actually started. So I just wanted to highlight that. And very interesting presentation on financing and looking at flood management aspects. And I'm looking at what are some of the nature-based solutions that you could recommend for flood adaptations moving forward. I think those are my main comments. Thank you.
Richard, do you want to take a minute to respond to that? Is Richard here? Sure, maybe we can circle back to him. Hippolyte, do you want to respond to the last question? And then we can open up to the audience.
Yeah, most of nature-based solutions are concerning the wetland management, you see. So when the professor was talking of the river, I thought that he would link with flood management, because it's important that when you are, excuse me, it is important that you link, because all these things are included in flood management, because the nature have a role to, how can you say, to collect. So it's the first line of defense against flooding. So we have the wetlands management, we have forestry, urban forestry, for instance, is very important. And it is also in developed countries, they are using greening roofs, for instance. So we can also have urban agriculture. All these things will contribute to lower the impacts of floods and to lower the impacts of heat waves in a city. So the river management should be linked with flood management, because as I said, integrated flood management is implemented at the level of the whole catchment. So since the source to the outlet, so it is important to implement it. So.
Thank you for that. Is Richard good, or should we circle back to him later? Okay, we can open up now to questions from the audience. We can take up to 3 at a time, and then I'll give the speakers a chance to respond. So questions.
Let me first thank the presenters for the very informative presentations that you've made. And then I have, I think, some of them are just comments. I want to start with the one on flooding. Now, in your recommendations, or is it conclusion, I didn't see something on the political pillar. Yeah, because, well, from our experience here, flood-prone areas where they are inhabited, if you try to trace why there are human settlements, in most of the cases, the hand of politics will be found to have played a role. I don't know whether it is different in Cameroon. And then the second one is on the commission, the Rivers Commission. What low-lying fruits has the commission already plucked since its inception? I have in mind the issue of Niarobi River, whose problems were given a lot of coverage some time back. And it seems that its problems, the sources of its problems are already known. Yeah, maybe you could tell us what the commission has done on that river. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take 2 more and then allow the speakers to respond.
Thank you. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the speakers. Yesterday, we had a lot of questions on the city of Niarobi, the green city of Niarobi in the sun. And we are wondering whether it's still green, or and we were being told there are plans to build more structures. So we were asking, will it still be green? And we are glad that you're here today. In line or in addition to what my colleague has asked, you have given us a lot of information, and we are very grateful. We have hope because there is a commission that has been set particularly for Niarobi River. I just want to find out the duration of the project. I also want to find out the amount of budgetary allocation to the project. I just also want to find out, just to add on what she has indicated, what should we expect at the end of this? What are the outcomes of this project? Also, we have seen an element of it happening, but these places that are green, to get into the places you have to pay. How are you making these all-inclusive, and not just for people who can pay? Because we've gone to other places and you can assess all these. Thank you.
Okay, 1 more. From that too.
Thank you. Also, a question about the river. I've seen many informal settlements in Nairobi have started activities to clean up the river, and these are mainly CBOs or local movements or local organization. And I wanted to know if there is some sort of coordination with the Commission, or if they are, sensitized by you, or if these are totally independent activities. Thank you.
Okay, let's take some time for the speakers to respond.
Thank you very much again for the questions that have just come from the audience. May I start with the one of the low-lying fruits that perhaps we've done. What we did, as is often the case, is to target those activities that don't require a lot of capital injection and are easy to undertake. And principally, what we did, and with the advice of the advisory group, was as we were even planning the bigger activities, we should go for the quick wins. They were calling the quick wins, but somewhere, some cycles, that word was not acceptable. So we instead called them the community-initiated activities, the ones that are already ongoing, and we would go and support them. Now, there's a lot that is happening, and I think you've seen that. One area that most of the people are doing is that of urban agriculture. You'll see, but doing it the wrong way. They are using the sewage water to irrigate. Now, we are trying to reverse that and showing them better technologies of doing the same, and in such a way that the water used, the soil used, is not polluted. And we have demonstrated this like during some of the World Day celebrations. I can give an example of the Earth Day celebration that we had in April at Madura Primary School, where we demonstrated on this vertical vegetable gardening on hydroponics that they can do along the rivers, and they were quite positive and acceptable to them. So if you go also to some of the groups that are already really established, like Home Green in Korogocho, you find that they organize themselves on what activities, and they are looking at those activities that can bring in income. One area that they've targeted is that of establishing some green parks within the areas that they have restored, and so that the area of recreation comes in, people going to recreate and enjoy themselves along these rivers. And we are also trying to show them better ways of planting fruit trees in some of these places, are not using the contaminated soil and water because of the heavy metals that are in the effluents. So yes, we are working together with them to identify the types of easy to do activities along the rivers that can bring in quick income. But alongside, we are also looking at the medium term and the long term possibilities that we could introduce there. All that has been captured in our Nairobi Rivers Recovery Strategy Action Plan, which is very comprehensive and budgeted, and targeting those 4 thematic areas. Somebody was asking about flood control, whatever. That is captured under the drainage and hydrology thematic area that we have, that we'll be able to address that. And even in the emergency preparedness for the El Nino that we are in right now, we had already sat down as a commission and identified 3 thematic areas that we would prioritize. One being solid waste management, the other sewerage, and the third one being stormwater drain. And For those who have gone around, you've seen we are already on the ground. We are doing the cleanup and clogging of the river and clogging of the channels that were blocked. And we are doing this together with even a team from KDF that has come to join us, and NYS come to join us, so that, but we are coordinating that from our commission. We are the ones coordinating. We have an operation center in place. We have people who have been seconded and deployed to us from those institutions to get these things working. So there's a very well coordinated, a very well approach to this. Then the issue of what NRC has done with about the green city in the sun, I think that was coming from the other side. Besides I must say that because of this support, the goodwill from the government, our His Excellency the President has been spearheading this. Is the one at the forefront of what we are doing, and from now to then he calls us, invites us to go and discuss with him. And the development, for instance, of the action plan was quite instrumental in getting it in place. And lately, there's still another planning that is just started with a team from China and ourselves, our own engineers, our own land architects, of trying to have a Niarobi city, frontal city, seen from the front and not from the back. In other words, the focus will be on the beautification, on what can be done along these rivers to make them as motorable and as green and creating green spaces, creating those constructed wetlands, having some of those artificial ponds to hold the sewage water, so that the heavy metals can be extracted out of that water before it is released to the rivers. And the designs of these have been made. As we are talking, they just finalized on this, and we are looking forward to how this again can be rolled out within the river basin. So yes, we want to see a green and blue city in the sun in Niarobi. I believe this is doable. It's going to happen within the period that we have in office. Then there was a question of the duration of NRC. We were appointed for a 3-year term, renewable once, upon performance. So in total, it's going to be 6 years, but that will not be the end of NRC. Besides the strategy that we have developed, there's going to be a vision, 2050 and beyond, that is going to be rolled out, developed with very clearly defined as pillars. So this is something that is going to be long-lasting. In fact, it is going to grow not only from Niarobi, but also to the whole country. Don't get surprised if you have the Kenyan Rivers Commission instead of the Niarobi Rivers Commission, because this is where we are starting from. There are best practices already that we are borrowing a leaf from, like the River Ganga in India, the Thames in England, that we are using as entry points in some of these initiatives. So a lot of what we are going to do is going to move fast, because there are places already where this has succeeded, and we need to borrow a leaf from them. So we will. Then the last issue was on activities of cleaning that are ongoing. Yes, they are being coordinated. For instance, we have the Water Resources Authority that started up the cleaning systems from Kawangware. That have been going down. We are working together. We've set up what we are calling, we commissioned what is called a sectoral approach to the implementation of the Niarobi Rivers Recovery Strategy Action Plan, so that we are going sector by sector and assisting them and showing them what they need to do and do it right. So it's not a hazard. We are invited. In fact, when they are doing the cleanups, we are open with them, and we tend to then guide them on this. We've done mapping and zoning of the whole riverine areas, so that there's that community engagement in these processes. There's a community engagement framework which we have developed, and which will inform that. We also had through UN Habitat some young talented engineers, architects come up with designs that can be quite impacting along these rivers. And there was a competition that took place with the support of UN Habitat, where very interesting solutions, very innovative solutions were presented, and we want to take them on board. We want to invite those youths that presented those to come with us, sit in our workshop, and then we borrow some of those excellent designs and incorporate them in the activities along the river. So there's a lot that is going to happen. We went on Friday, the last Friday, on a fact-finding mission to Tuake Dam in Makueni. For those of you who are aware, during the launch, the mayor, rather than the governor of Makueni, talked about the changes in color of the water from the upstream down to the downstream, and said there at Makueni, the water had changed color to green and yellow. And when you hear about green and yellow color, it's that of eutrophication, aging of the water. Yeah. So again, when we got there, and me being the engineer and looking at the quality analysis that they had, we realized that in actual fact, eutrophication is not the problem at Tuake Dam. The problem at Tuake Dam is sedimentation. There's a lot of sediment coming in, especially through the Tuake River, that is of concern, and hence we have to find solutions. So yes, we are coordinating the activities very well, working together with all the stakeholders to address these issues. Often we have get-together meetings, workshops, and whatever to discuss the same issues with them. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that, Elijah. So we're running close on time. I'm going to take one more question from the back here, but before I do that, I want to give Richard a chance. My understanding is he's available online now. Richard, could you respond to Joy and the other questions that came up earlier?
Yeah, I can hear now. I think it's better. Just let me know if you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So I didn't get the question, so I kind of was offline, not offline as such, but I was trying to log in and out. And so it's just now that I can hear.
Thank you.
I'm going to reiterate.
Maybe I can, and thanks for joining again, Richard. I just had a question related to per capita green area, because you're looking at green lanes in relation to well-being in Montreal. So I wanted to know if there is a national standard that has been set within Canada that is specific to what is the minimum per capita green area that is expected within each city, and if you correlated that with the study that you already had. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. At my current level of research, I haven't seen a kind of harmonization of kind of requirement from cities to keep a certain standard of greening or greenhouse retention or carbon tax, those kind of issues that have been set in motion by different actors, notably in the Paris Convention. But we can notice that it is mostly from citizens themselves. It is totally, although the cities support it, it is not a government initiative as such. And this initiative is mostly implemented in Montreal, and also, you know, in the Quebec province in general. We also have Ontario, who has started, notably the cities of Toronto and at a certain level, Mississauga, who have started to implement the same policies. But I don't think they have reached the national level. We haven't heard of such initiatives in Alberta or New Brunswick and the remaining 8 provinces. So maybe by the time, you know, the Paris Agreement are implemented, the government will kind of set a national threshold to motivate the rest of the citizens. But at the moment, it hasn't, at least at my knowledge, at my current stage of knowledge, it hasn't reached a national awareness to kind of get a standard level of emissions or a commitment from the citizens to fight against greenhouse gas or any greening initiative. So it is totally grassroots initiative, although supported by the city. And as you know, the city is not directly connected to the national level in Canada. So this is what I can say.
Thanks so much, Richard, for that response. So we've got time for one more question, and then please keep the response to about a minute.
Okay.
Thank you. I would just like actually to make a comment and a call to action to Mr. Hippolyte's work. There's a challenge you mentioned concerning defining the economic instruments that could work as incentives for flood management. There are several economic instruments that could work, but due to the nature of your study, where you say that there are really fluctuations of the flood in volume, and there's fluctuations in severity and the frequency as well, it's not very easy to give one or a general economic recommendation. So I would suggest maybe more data could be gotten, right? It could be, it is a potential research area, because depending, because of the work that you have done, it is a very specific kind of problem, which requires also a very specific economic recommendation. Thank you.
So we're running short on time. We have a couple of people who have short questions or short comments. If you can keep them to 2 or 3 sentences, I'll pass the microphone around and then give everyone the last 30 seconds.
Good morning, everyone. And my question is for Mr. Elijah. You said that there are some immediate actions that are required, and among them, I got to catch 2. You said that it's required to build political momentum, and the other one that caught my attention was build public ownership and citizen engagement. And my question was, how will that happen? Because this vocabulary, the political momentum, I didn't get it. I did not understand the meaning. And for this one, I'm wondering, how will it happen? Through who? Who is responsible of making this happen? Thank you.
Okay, one last comment.
I want to say that Africa does not have a lot of money. There's so many things that we can do without involving finance. For example, in the case of Rwanda, the majority of people maybe under the age of 50 are always expected to do community service, whereby once in a while, people go to clean up the city and they are not paid anything for their service. Can a similar arrangement be introduced in this country? Because we need to keep the city clean. We don't have the money. Therefore, solution is to learn from the case of Rwanda. Thank you.
Okay, of course, we can continue these conversations after the break, so please just something less than 1 minute from each of the speakers if they want to respond.
Maybe I'll respond because the rest are very specific. I'll respond maybe back to the first question related to the green area and how to maintain that. As I mentioned, with the support from UN Habitat, we've mapped out all green spaces within Nairobi. And that database has actually been given to the city government. So they have that database and they're able to protect the spaces that already exist. And I'm sure through the regeneration plan, there are more spaces that are going to be done. And we are seeing that from the community engagements that are currently being undertaken on the ground. I think I'll leave the rest of the questions because they're very specific to the speakers.
Thank you very much. I think that there are about 2 or so issues that have come up from the audience. The first one was about the immediate actions that we've identified to do. And the one of building public and citizens engagement in this. Yes, this citizens engagement is coming up because the kind of approach we are using is now a bottom-up rather than a top-down approach. Whereas we learned that from the lessons learned that many of the programs and projects failed was because of that top-down where the groups, the riverine groups, were not involved in the whole process of planning. They were not consulted at all. So everything was just brought to them and they couldn't own up, they couldn't sustain. But you see, when we talk about feasibilities of most of the interventions we introduce, we are concerned about economic viability and yeah.
Just continue.
Yes. So really, this is possible because of the kind of what we are using of reaching out to these communities through engagement fora that we hold right there in the neighborhoods. Meet with them in some small workshops, small meetings, and discuss and agree. And then as roll out, we are rolling out what has come from them, not what we have imposed on them. And we believe that will work. On the aspect of political momentum, yes, because the goodwill is there. Even us as a commission, we are domiciled at the office of the Deputy President. And the President himself has been very instrumental in meeting with us as often as possible to discuss the roadmaps, to discuss the approaches that we have to use to succeed. Remember, this is a flagship project of the establishment, and it is also a legacy for the president. And so it's very keen to make sure that we succeed. So we definitely will do the best we can as by the support that we have received. We are capitalizing on that. Finally, the cleaning of the city without money. Yeah, we can borrow a leaf from Rwanda. And I've been to Rwanda, Kigali, many times, and even participated in that cleanup exercise in Kigali. And I think that's one country that we can borrow a lot from to introduce the same here. And apparently the support from even the local organizations, the corporate corporations is there in Kenya. So it's a matter of just mobilizing them and getting them now to identify the areas. Now, fortunately, we have mapped and zones this whole river basin. It's mapped, and we've also tried to see if we can pilot with a 10-kilometer stretch of cleanup, where we want to see how fast we can do that. This is coming from the commission. In as much as we are coordinating, we want also to get to the ground and see if we can do something over a 10-kilometer stretch to come up with quantifications of how much fuel, how much water has gone into that process, and how much time.
Okay, let's transition to the next.
Thank you.
To Hippolyte, do you have any final comments?
Thank you.
the question that was addressed directly to me was concerning the political pillars, recommendations. I would say that we can see this aspect into, we can see this question in two aspects: the aspects of political earnings and the aspects of governance. For the aspects of political earnings, politicians will tend to finance structural investment, structural solutions, instead of implementing green solutions, for instance, or nature-based solutions. Political earnings. So that is why we say it is important that we change the mindset so that they understand that dealing with floods means implementing an integrated approach. And we hope that Africa will now endorse these approaches so that we can better manage our flooding events. But the other aspect of governance is also crucial, because we need a real commitment for the politicians, because nothing can be achieved if there is no political engagement. I'll give you an example of situation which exists between Cameroon and Nigeria. In Nigeria, the two countries are sharing the same river, and upstream you have a dam in Cameroon, which is in Lakdo, and downstream you have another floodplain areas in Nigeria. So as the two countries were not able to collaborate politically to manage these river basins as a whole, that is why Nigeria is facing floodings when Cameroon release water from its dams. It means it is important that this aspect of commitment, political commitment, it is very important to implement integrated flood management. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the panelists for sharing your expertise and your research and your views. Please join me in giving them a round of applause to say thank you. So, and with that, we'll close the panel on urban ecological challenges, and we'll move straight away into the next panel.
Thank you so much, Jesse. Hello, everyone. Now we are going to head to the panel 7. It's going to be about urban land use and the management. We have 3 participants, one from Dr. Rose. Is she around? Yeah. She's going to be the first speaker of that panel. And then we are going to give the floor to Dr. Abimbola. So he's going to present his discussion through online. We had his recording in advance. And then thirdly, we are going to host the presentation of Chinli Yang. I believe he's here as well. He's coming, okay. Good morning. You can just, you can sit. Yeah, I think we have one more. We have here. Are you going to stand up or just sit? Okay, just sit and you can use this place, and I'm going to be there. So, Dr. Rose, let me introduce her briefly. She's a planner and lecturer in the Department of Urban and Regional Planning in the University of Nairobi. And her research interests actually include informal urbanization, land value capture, and urban sprawl. Today, she will talk about how do we need to use the land value capture to finance urban development and to promote social equality. And following up yesterday's discussion about the land rate, actually, which was one of the biggest sources of the revenue collection for the Nairobi City County, I believe that will be a good policy advice for the NCC. And she's going to evaluate the experience from the US and Brazil and propose a new way for Kenya. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that introduction. I now realize that I didn't come with my laptop, which means I'll have to turn my back to the audience. It's not very good. Now, please. Yeah, as you can see, the title of my presentation is that I'm just trying to look at how Kenya and other countries can leverage the benefits or the tools that are used to actualize land value capture to finance urban development. Okay, sorry. So that is the organization of my presentation. And I'm starting with kind of a small, a short definition, a short explanation of what this land value capture is, because it is not apparent to all people, particularly here, we've not used it. And it is simply the recovery by the public of the land value increments, which are also referred to as unearned income generated by public actions other than the landowner's action. That is the main basis for requiring that those increments be shared, so that part of them, a certain proportion goes to the public. That generates, that triggers them. Now, the land value capture enables economies to recover land value increases that result from public investments or administrative actions and reinvest them to create public benefits. This is based on the principle that any public action should generate public benefits. Why capture this land value? And this is because it can be argued that, or rather it has been argued that the value increases that are captured in the context of this concept partly belong to the public, since they are a product of public investments. So since those are benefits, and the public has already borne the cost, it is only fair that the benefits are shared. And LVC is closely linked to the principle of unjustified enrichment, according to which no citizen should accumulate wealth that does not result from his or her own effort. And we've just seen that these benefits, these value increments, arise from public investments. So it is not the landowners that trigger them or initiate. The land value capture is very important, and its importance has been felt in some jurisdictions where the concept is has been in use. And on the basis of this, there is a lot of evidence that it is possible to harness land and real estate value increases and use the same to achieve urban development goals, such as infrastructure development, social or affordable housing provision, social equity, and other public goods. All these are issues that here in Africa, we are grappling with. And yesterday, during the presentation by Sami, he did say that the city government is experiencing a budget gap. Now, these are some of the innovative ways that the city government can use to narrow the budget gap. Now, conventional fiscal policies largely tend to neglect the fact that the cost of providing adequate all these services as listed there are borne by all taxpayers, but their benefits accrue only to certain property owners. And it therefore becomes necessary to share the benefits, just like the poor. Now, how is this land value capture done? There are certain methods and tools that are used to capture that value. And I've listed just a few of them here. Charges for development rights, so that developers, investors pay certain fees. Another tool is inclusionary housing, and that one works by ensuring that whenever an investor in housing is granted development permission or permit, it incorporates a certain percentage of the housing to be developed to be for social, to be in the category of social housing, so that which can be like 20%. And that is one way of achieving social housing. Then there is infrastructure levy, which is paid upon a provision of infrastructure. We have the town planning schemes, property taxes. I will not discuss all of them. Let me cite a few examples where this land value capture has worked and succeeded. And the first example is Brazil, where benefits of land value capture have been experienced. Now, charges on the land value increments that landowners receive from public action, such as conversion of land from rural to urban use, that gives it higher value, of course, or changes to zoning regulations that allow higher density development. All of those fall under the legal principle that no one is entitled to unjustly earned income, and therefore that income should be shared. Now, in Brazil, the instrument that regulates charges for additional building rights is based on the notion that the landowner's property right is limited to a basic floor area ratio that differs from the maximum floor area ratio the area could support. So the right to build at a density up to the basic floor area ratio is free. But developers wanting to build at a higher density than the free one have to pay. Now, whenever they pay, they are paying for the air rights. And the air rights above the basic floor area ratio are also considered a public asset because they are regulated by the public. If the public decides we cannot go higher than the set level, then those air rights will not exist beyond the minimum. So the city of Sao Paulo instituted in 2014 a universal basic floor area ratio of 1 as the building right that applied to all landowners. The maximum floor area ratio ranges from 1 to 4 according to their zoning. Now the difference between the basic and the maximum, therefore, is what must be acquired from the public. So a lot of income is generated from that. Okay, in San Francisco, monetary exactions have been charged to developers to earn the city or the state income. Now, those revenues finance the cost of public infrastructure improvements necessitated by the new development. They help manage growth as more residents utilize municipal transportation networks, parks, and other assets. Now, the fees collected from fiscal year 2013 through 2016, for example, funded these projects. And these are the fees. So you can see this could be a reliable source of extra revenue for a city authority. Now, what is the situation in Africa, or rather in Kenya, and by extension, also up? A report by DFID, in which 3 countries were studied, showed that there is very limited land-based financing taking place. And this can be attested to by what Sami alluded to yesterday in his presentation, that the city county government had found more space for development, which is vertical. And these are the air plots, the air spaces that are paid for elsewhere. But here, it doesn't sound like they are paid for. Really, they are not paid for. Now, this is a very simple example of what improved infrastructure can do to the value of land. This happened in one of the 47 counties of this country. It happened that someone purchased land in 2015 for that amount, stated there, and it was agricultural land then, bordering a town in one of the counties. And in 2018, the county government tarmacked the road, that one there, the existing 9-meter road. At the time he bought it was not tarmacked. So in 2018, it was tarmacked, and street lighting installed. Now, after those improvements, this landowner subdivided the land and sold it and made this kind of money. He bought at $5,714 US, but after 3 years, he made 59,000 US. Clearly, the public investment is the one that triggered the increase in the value, which is also referred to as a windfall, because it is never expected. Yet, the owner of the land did not give anything to the public. He pocketed all the benefits. Sorry, I'll interrupt a bit and say something about, about myself and others. I know my time is running out, but in this country, for people who are special, they get something extra. Anything that is good, they are given something extra. What I'm trying to say is that my time is supposed to be added, unlike for the others. Okay, now this is one of the neighborhoods in Nairobi. It is called Kilimani. Kilimani used to be a low-density residential zone. But in 2012, and at that time, when it was low density, the maximum height that was allowed was 4 floors. But that was changed in 2015. And even by the time it was changed, it had already crept in informally. So it was changed from 4 floors to 25. And that is what I'm trying to illustrate here. Now, these extra 24 floors are not charged for. Those are air plots that are given for free. You can see how we are losing, how the public is losing. So going back to the earlier illustration of the land that was subdivided, I'm just saying, if such a small public investment of tarmacking and lighting a 9-meter access road would trigger a windfall of that magnitude we've seen, what about the many highways and bypasses traversing large tracts of land across the country? And by the way, in the 47 counties of this country, I don't think there is any that doesn't have a road project. At least one. And the majority have more than one. So those are projects that are triggering a lot of benefits. Then rezoning of Nairobi, some of the zones, we've seen the impact of that. What are the prospects for Kenya for using land value capture? And I'm arguing that Kenya has a very long history of planning in this region, and it has a a legal framework in place. And so if that planning legal framework is applied, it is possible to implement land value capture and benefit the public. Yeah, this is just the same thing. This is a legal framework, which I'm saying should be systematically reviewed and identify those sections of it that can empower our authorities to charge to implement the land value capture. Thank you for your attention. I am done.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rose. That was really informative and interesting presentation. Would you like to get the questions right now or after all? Right now? After all these presentations? Right, not right now.
Yeah, that's how we have done it.
Okay, now I'm gonna get the questions then. So do you have any questions for the Dr. Rose for this really informative presentation? Do we have any question online? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Dr. for that insight. And probably, sorry, I missed towards the end of the last bit, but land value capture, I think in Kenya now it has become a big and good debate. But having been a student of the two schools at the University of Nairobi, I would look like the Kenyan law on rating is very progressive, because valuation for rating under the Valuation Act 266, we do the USV, then improve the site value. But the question now remains, for you to capture the land value capture for urban development, is what is the entry point? I would look at it to have three elements. One, the rating itself. And two, the stamp duty. And three, the rentals, which is still they are also progressive, because if you develop a road, for instance, the bypasses, the rents in those areas increase. So once they increase, taxation in itself takes account that if rent was probably $10, $12, automatically the pro rata rate increases, and the government takes that. Number two, when it comes to stamp duty, if there is a transfer of land, if it was probably 10,000, it increases to 20, the stamp duty pro rata also takes effect on that. And then the rating, and probably this is where the bigger debate is, in terms of how regularly we update the valuation laws to capture the land value capture. So I think the way I would be looking at it is, how do we visit back in terms of enhancing that? Because I think our law in Kenya, they are fairly progressive. It's just an element of flagging that and probably accounting how much has the increase been done, so that we translate that now to urban development. But more so, you find that our taxation process is mainly the national government. So it's probably to just account for that. So probably I would maybe like to hear more from you. What are those probably new entry points, and where do we need to have that debate more? Because I think we might be looking like we are debating for something, but nobody is ready to bear the card. Thank you, and over.
Thank you for that question. I agree with you that rating, stamp duty, rentals, everything you've said, I agree with you. But we have one problem. Whereas those examples I've shared there, whatever they gather, whatever they collect, whatever revenues are collected from land value capture, they are kind of ring-fenced. For instance, in Brazil, they have used those revenues to upgrade slums. But here, you have already mentioned the loopholes about the rating. It is common knowledge that people pay their land rates when they are transacting in their land, majority of them. So this is not something we can really rely on. But again, LVC concept is based on public investments. Whatever public investment is carried out, it is supposed to benefit the public and not the private individuals or private, yeah, because the source of the funds is the public. Now, in all the countries where LFC is working, there is a law giving direction on what is to be done and where and how. Some of them do zoning. For instance, this our super highway, the first super highway, Thika highway. If it were done in maybe either San Francisco or Brazil, as soon as the highway was completed, there would have been rezoning of all the land along that highway. And the rezoning would have taken into account new land uses and the FAR. And then those new zones would be assigned some payments to be making to the authorities. Just by the mere fact that the road has positively impacted the value of those properties. So that we don't have to just wait for when someone is going to sell their land, or I don't know, to transact, to charge the land so that they can pay the rates. And also the proportion of these costs, these payments I have mentioned, compared to the windfalls that result from land value increments. This is like a drop in the sea. Our rates, our what? That is a difference. Yes, thank you.
So we are running out of time. We are going to get all these questions. You can take notes and somehow link all these answers maybe together. So the questions, we can start with you.
Okay, thank you. The issue of land value capture is a long-standing challenge for African countries, governments in particular, because government do not hesitate to engage in implementing it because of risk of non-acceptance by the population. So the risk of social non-acceptance. There are many situations, there are different situations to consider. If you are developing a rural land and developing to become urban land, so we can envisage that we can capture the value, the added value from the price when the plots are sold. But in existing neighborhoods, it is really critical For instance, we have example in our countries where we upgraded some neighborhoods. But what happened? Since the value raised, the owners, the original owners sold their lands and went out to people who are out. But the government did not recover any single dollars from it. So it is difficult when we are engaging this upgrading operations to capture the value, the added value. This is a different. In the case of building, structuring infrastructure like an highway and so on, and you will already have existing buildings, will you change the rates of a tax income? You change the rates? I don't know. These are very real challenges governments are facing, and country particularly. I don't know what is the case here in Kenya. There is another issue we should consider, is that of the existence of urban land registry. You can only collect revenue on land if you have a good urban land registry, which does not exist in most of our cities too. So we should need to implement, to establish this urban land registry to have this capture more effective. Thank you.
Now, I want to say that Nairobi is one of the fastest growing cities in Africa. Also, we have thousands of migrants from neighboring countries who choose to come and live in Kenya. And some of these migrants happen to be extremely rich. That is that they can afford to construct up to 4 high-rise apartment blocks, maybe up to 25 floors with maybe 4. And the cost comes to approximately 250 million per apartment block, which comes to about 1 billion Kenya shillings for all the 4 apartment blocks. I want to say that this is an opportunity, a golden opportunity for the government of Kenya to take advantage of this situation in order to raise funds from these investors. Because maybe the government does not have too much money, and this would be one good way of getting money from the investors who are now very busy pulling down the old buildings, and they're setting up new apartments, and a lot of money is used in the process. Thank you.
Do we have any other question? No? No. Yeah. Floor is yours. What's the question? For this one?
Yes, your question. Yes, you have raised a very important aspect of our urban areas, the cities and the towns, the registry. Where this land value capture has successfully been implemented, they have good registries. I'll agree with you. But also, still in Africa, for the main cities, I want to believe the registries are good.
particularly for all the land that was created through the formal system. Yeah, for instance, here in Nairobi, most of the land is leasehold, meaning that the holders of that land were leased that land by the government. And there's a lot of paperwork done to arrive at the lease certificate. So for places where the registry isn't good, I would say it just has to be put in order. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this really fruitful conversation and discussion to Dr. Rose and the audience. Now we are going to move to the second panel of today. I believe that Dr. Abimbola is here. We are going to watch a pre-record session now, and then we are going to have the questions. You can sit down here. By the way, I need to introduce you first of all, today's speaker. He's again an urban and regional planner in the Center for Planning Studies, Lagos State University, and his research interests include natural resource management, urban renewal, disaster management, and sustainable human settlements development. And today he will be bringing a really brave, critical review of state's intervention in the land controlling, and he's going to discuss land accessibility and its impact on sustainable development.
Good day, everyone. I welcome you to the 5th edition of ICCCASU 2023, holding in Nairobi, Kenya. My name is Dr. Abimbola Omolabi, consultant lecturer, Lagos State University, Nigeria, Center for Planning Studies. The title of the presentation is Evaluation of Land Management in Nigeria, Impact and Access to Public Land for Sustainable Development. Land is an asset to any nation because it is used for many things: food, shelter, transportation. However, when it is properly managed, it brings about sustainable development. If not, it leads to unsustainable development. Nigeria is Good day, everyone. I welcome you to the 5th edition of ICCCASU 2023, holding in Nairobi, Kenya. My name is Dr. Abimbola Omolabi, consultant lecturer, Lagos State University, Nigeria, Center for Planning Studies. The title of the presentation is Evaluation of Land Management in Nigeria, Impact and Access to Public Land for Sustainable Development. Land is an asset to any nation because it is used for many things: food, shelter, transportation. However, when it is properly managed, it brings about sustainable development. If not, it leads to unsustainable development. Nigeria is
Abimbola, obviously we are having a problem in terms of running your video. Would you mind keep continuing if you're
Hello.
kind of
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, good day over there.
Yes. So can you continue to, explaining your presentation because obviously.
Oh, okay, I'll do that. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm very sorry. You are welcome to the presentation. And can I switch on to the PowerPoint?
Yeah, you can.
Or you come again?
But yes, you can do it, but you need to bear in mind that we are running out of time. So
Okay, let me go on. The PowerPoint is there. I was trying to explain to us that land is an asset to all nations of the world because land is used for human activities in terms of
Okay, I think we are going to move to the next presentation because obviously we are having some problems. Dr. Bola, you can come later on and present your presentation. Sorry for this kind of problems, guys. In the third presentation of this panel, which is the last one, dear Qin Li, he's a master's student in Southeast University in China. And in today's panel, he will analyze nighttime lighting changes in Kenya from 2012 to 2020, and he will link these changes with the development pace and potential of the Kenya.
Hello?
All right. Dr. Abimbola, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
We just moved to the other presentation because of the time. Maybe after this presentation, you can, fix your problems and join us.
Okay, it's just a technology failure. Okay, I'll do that. Okay, thank you.
All right, distinguished chairman, professors, and guests, good morning. This is Yan Qingli from College of Architecture, Southeast University, China. The topic of my report today is research of spatial pattern changes in Kenya based on nighttime light remote sensing. And my report today will start from 4 aspects. In the past decade, Kenya's national growth has been rising and its economy has been developing rapidly. The regional economic cooperation mechanism between China and Kenya has been further improved, and the rapid flow of the production factors, the full utilization of resource and the scale of regional cooperation have been expanding. As the Kenya's government's 2030 national vision and China's Belt and Road Initiative continue to promote the in-depth combination, Kenya has become an important partner of China in Africa, and China has increased the construction of infrastructure in Kenya, which is such as SGR, have facilitated the circulation of people and materials in Kenya, which is conducive to the expansion and upgrading of the city and the improvement of the spatial structure of the country. Therefore, understanding the spatial structure of Kenya and its changes is helpful for proposing countermeasures for regional development planning, which has certain academic and practical significance. In the measurement of spatial structure, some studies have relied on changes in land use structure and land pattern to study the process of spatial structure change, such as urban spatial expansion. And also, some scholars have utilized various models to measure the spatial structure. Compared with traditional statistical data, nighttime light data has the advantages of spatial and terminal continuity, independence, and objectivity, and is increasingly applied to the field of spatial structure measurement. She used multiple source data, such as toucans of night light remote sensing, to analyze the expansion trend of different cities along the ICCCASU between 2002 and 2018. Chen stretched the night light image in three-dimensional view to display and was able to clearly see that the night light data appeared similar to the telegrapher elements, such as mount in telegraphy, and use it to identify the sending center. Some scholars have also combined night light remote sensing imaging data to study GDP, carbon emissions, and other indicators. So, in our research, we first counted the basic information of nighttime light brightness, including minimum, maximum, total, average brightness value, and also the standard deviation of brightness and other indicators. Then, spatial analysis methods such as spatial center of gravity, standard deviation ellipse, and Moran's index were applied to analyze the spatial pattern and its changes in Kenya during the last decade from 2012 to 2020. Considering the complexness, continuity, and availability of the research data used, this study proposed to use MPP VIRS nighttime light remote sensing imagery data, and in order to reduce the noise of seasons and special events, the technical annual data are proposed. The data used in this study are from the Earth Observation Group of the Penning Institute at the Corona School of Mines. The data was sequentially collected year by year for non-negativity, overstimulation, and continuity. And the coordinate system was set to African level conformal conic, and the sapling resolution was set to 500 meters. The Kenya and ministry boundary data were obtained from OpenStreetMap. So during the decade 2012 to 2020, the total remote sensing value of nighttime light in Kenya has been increasing year by year, with the total value of nighttime light increasing by 9.9% and the maximum value nearly doubling, which reflects Kenya's improving economy in the past decade and the increasing value of regional brightness. At the same time, however, the gap between urban and rural area is widening, with nighttime light maximum reaching much faster than the national average and the standard deviation increasing, reflecting the widening spatial allocation and increasing spatial deflation. Also, in terms of the standard deviation ellipse analyzed results, the spatial standard deviation ellipse on the national scale in Kenya shows a northwest to southeast distribution, which is roughly in line with the direction of the ICCCASU and shows a trend of moving to the northwest from 2012 to 2014 and then to the southeast after 2014, which also consists with the time circle of the construction and cooperation and operation rate of the ICCCASU. In terms of X and Y lengths, both the long and short axes of the ellipse erased in 2012 to 2014, falling 3 years later and then raised again. In terms of the azimuthal change of the ellipse, it also shows the same trend, which can reflect the relatively dramatic change in the spatial structure of Kenya. In terms of the regional center of gravity, it is different from the spatial standard deviation ellipse moment pattern, and the overall trend shows a S-shift to the west and north from Machakos to Niarobi and Kiambu. Also, the global Moran index was calculated using the statistical nighttime gross light value data to determine the presence of spatial clustering in the study area. The results of the global Moran index calculation shows that the Moran I index were all greater than 0.3 with p-values close to 0. So it can be assumed that spatial circulation exists and the units are not randomly distributed. The results of the local Moran index are shown in figure. Since 2012, high elongation and low elongation have been significant spatial features in Kenya. with high allocation areas effectively driving the development of neighboring areas and shifting spatial from the south to the northwest, where low allocation areas continue to have greater development potential and are relatively fixed, especially in the central and western parts of the country. So to analyze, I think changes in the spatial structure of towns along the SGR are constant by a variety of factors from nature, policy, history, economics, transportations, and other factors. Throughout Kenya's history and urban development process, the spatial development law of point-to-point and land-to-land has its own natural reasons and historical bias for its information. Also, in Kenya's successful version of the National Development Plan and regional and spatial planning has gradually risen in importance. National development planning and spatial planning policies have influenced the spatial structure of towns and cities to a certain extent. Spatial planning policies in Kenya National Development Plan have gone through an attempt to increase the spatial scale from urban areas to rural areas. Also, the changes in the spatial structure of towns along the SGR are influenced by the transformation of the industrial structure and economic development of towns along the roads. The development of manufacturing and service industrials has become an important factor in promoting the rapid development of African cities, especially the industrial park distribute along the railway can promote the urbanization process by driving the city's infrastructure construction and economic growth. And the last, comprehensive traffic through the traffic calendar, traffic hubs and zones affect the spatial pattern of cities and towns. By changing the nature of urban development, promotes spatial and terminal currents between towns and guides the adjustment of inter-town relations, so that the spatial pattern of cities and towns changed mainly through the cities. Urban development acts the cities of town centers. Also, the construction of transportation infrastructure has strengthened the spatial connection of cities along the development axis in Kenya. Lastly, based on the above analysis, we can drive the following planning responses. The first is to try to emphasize the leading role of various types of planning at all levels, from such as the national spatial plan, the county spatial plan, and other rural, urban, and land planning. The second is to give full play to the promotion brought by SGR. And the third is to improve the spatial structure of cities and towns by category. Different kinds of cities and towns can have different planning measures. And that's all for my presentation. Here is a reference we use. And thank you for your listening.
Dear Qingli, thank you so much for your for this presentation. Thanks to you, I think we are going to keep up with the schedule of the conferences. Do you have any question for Qingli? Yes. Yeah, Dr. Abimbola, can you hear us? Abimbola?
Yes, please. Good afternoon.
So after this question, you can be prepared yourself for sharing your screen.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, or you can just give us like a brief speech. It's up to you.
Okay. Can I go?
No. Now we are going to ask some questions to dear Qingli, and then we are going to give the floor to you. Okay, just prepare yourself.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your brilliant presentations. I just have one question. I want to know, why did you choose to use nighttime lights instead of using that
as they are saying it, I've shared it to
you. Is this method valuable for
I'll just be clicking.
just
that were already existing?
Okay. Okay.
These are your slides, sir. These are your slides. Slide also. 3 slides.
What would be the cost?
Any other question? Question for Chile? No? Okay.
All right, Professor, thank you for your question. The first one, why I use nighttime light data, because it's a big research for me, and I use different kinds of data to analyze the city structure changes in Kenya. I accept the nighttime light data. I also use the land cover use data, the population data, and so much. I try to use nighttime light data because I think for me, a foreigner of Africa of Kenya, the nighttime light data is sounds more available because it is strictly collected by the satellites out of the Earth. If I use some other data such as population data, I will not be able to say how true it is. But the nighttime data, has been used in so many research.
If you click on those, if you go up, these are your slides.
Good effect. So I
Your
try to use
first
this
slide,
data to study Africa, to study Kenya's spatial changes. Yes, that's for my answer. Thank you.
Slide 4. As you are clicking on those slides, they are saying
Dr. Abimbolo, now we are going to give the floor to you.
Yes.
Just a quick reminder from Nigeria, and he's going to talk about state intervention in land and controlling. Yeah, you can just start.
Yeah, thank you so much. Like I said, the land itself, I'm looking at a topic on the evaluation of land management in Nigeria, impact and access to public land for sustainable development. Now, I said that land, when it is properly managed, can lead to sustainable development goals achievement. And I said that Nigeria is a country that is rapidly urbanizing. And because it is rapidly urbanizing, there is a disconnect between the rate of urbanization and urban expansion, where the development takes place outside the existing urban areas. And in the last, since independence, Nigeria has added about 62.5 million to the population, and projection between now and 2050 suggests that 226 will be added. That means if care is not taken, there will be expansion at an even faster rate. And the problem with expansion that is not regulated is that it leads to informal settlement. Informal settlement is really, it is a problem to planners in the country. The issue is that informal settlement comes with certain problems, including overcrowding, environmental sanitation problem of crime, problem of inadequacy of facilities and infrastructure. Having said this, if in the developed countries, urban growth and expansion and provision of facilities go on pari passu. But in this part of the world, which is a developing country, there is a gap between the rate of urbanization and urban expansion to the extent that it occurs in an haphazard manner, which equally can compound problem of disaster crisis in terms of disaster and pandemic, climate change, and so on and so forth. So that is the reason why we need to examine various land reforms that are taking place in the country over the years, pre-colonial period up to this post-colonial period. So the objective, the aim of the study is to evaluate land management reform across board over the years. and then explains the importance of land resource. We have the land resource, which is a fulcrum for human activities and pillar of sustainable development. Explain the challenges that have associated with all these various forms of reforms over the year, and then look at a particular alternative that can bring about the much desired result as regards achievement of sustainable development goal. The methodology that has been used concerning the study is known as Boolean approach. Boolean approach is just an explanatory, is a method of study that has to do with use of academic data loaded on the basis, on the internet, on the website, on online libraries, using search engines. So when these information were collected, they were synchronized, they were analyzed, and they were narrowed down to answer the research questions that have been formulated, which now will guide policy decision makers while the presentation is being done. So it doesn't require any field work. It doesn't require any data collection, so to say. So based on this, the conceptual issues are mainly to land management, accessibility, and accessibility to land, which is an aspect of management. Accessibility to land in terms of security, land that has security, land that has a good for the particular use in terms of physical and economic attributes of the land. And then we are talking about the management aspect, which has three components. Sustainable development under land management has three components in terms of paradigm. You are talking about the land policy, which has to do with various use of land, either transportation, housing, employment, and so on. So we are talking about the management, land management, which could take place at various spatial scale, and at regional level, national, and then we are talking about the mode of management. Is it zoning? Is it bylaw? Is it planning, permit, development, control, etc.? And then the third aspect has to do with land data information in terms of tenure, in terms of ownership, in terms of use, in terms of value, and in terms of register. So the sustainable development achievement, anything that has to do with land, whether conceptually or theoretically, has to do with how transaction is being made between the user of the land and the supplier. And then what we have found out under this research is that the land transaction has taken place variously under illegal transaction. It has been illegal transaction which has resulted in the urban expansion that is not planned at the fringe, which is constituting a problem. And you find out that this illegal transaction has always been there, right from the pre-colonial days, which although at the pre-colonial days, it was almost non-existent because the land was held communally. You call that principle usufruct, USUFRUCT, in which case, as long as you belong to that community, you can own the land, you can transfer it, you can sell it, you can give it to another person. You use it for the purpose that could be beneficial to you in terms of income and production. Unfortunately, when the colonial people came, they destroyed that communal system and went for individual ownership, which allows them to acquire the land en masse for public interest, in the name of public interest. And then they introduced the freehold system, which is strange to the culture and the tradition of the people. Socially, it doesn't help them because the social cohesion was broken down. So because they were doing it with policies and laws that were strange to the country. Then at the post-colonial era, it was similar to colonial era. So what happened was there was the communal system still being practiced in the north under the governorship supervision, whereas in the south, they had the opportunity to hold their land and then family level and so on and so forth. But this—
Dr. Abdullah,
yeah.
Can you hear us? Would you mind like wrapping up your findings within 2 minutes?
Come again?
Would you mind like wrapping up your findings within 2 minutes?
Yeah, what you find out that despite all the reforms, what had happened was that the problem still persists: land grabbing, illegal occupation of land, and the land was not even available in the first instance. So the proposal now is to plan to introduce, to sell a tool, a technique that can make land available even at a very low cost to the government, and that will take care of the people to bring about the necessary sustainable development that we are talking about. This concept is known as land readjustment. It's a policy that helps pulling the land together, encourage public participation. People are willing to submit their land, to surrender their land, that will be available for infrastructure provision, servicing, urbanization, promoting network, social capital network. So this is what we are talking about, rather than displacing the people, evicting them as a result of informal sector, settlement, which has been a problem. Just a good opportunity for them to enable them have right to city paradigm. They have to live, you have to reduce spatial inequalities, you have to consider the people, the planet, the partnership that is involved, and then the peace that the process will have to bring in, and then prosperity that goes along with the technique. And it's a form of technique that brings urban governance. Urban governance where land is the focus, of the project. And so it sets of financing, urbanization financing, and then all the government needs to do is to come out to encourage land information system, which today is very problematic in the country. Out of about 14 countries that World Bank compared, we found out that property, registration of property in this country, Nigeria, is about 20-point-something% of the value of to register, whereas in countries like Rwanda is about 0.2. In Egypt is about 1.2, and then in Egypt is 0.7, whereas in Ghana is about 1.2%. When you hierarchize how the use of land registration in Nigeria, it is about 185 out of 193 countries in the world, which is not too good for us to achieve the sustainable development goal that we're talking about. So what we are talking about is, let us have a system that is welcoming to the people, that the people can subscribe to. They can see it as their project. They are willing to surrender their land. They are willing to pull together contiguous parcels of land that will make land available and accessible to people for the purpose of the use that they want to make of the land. It will increase land value. It will bring about quality of life, improve the quality of life of the people. It will negate spatial inequalities. It will facilitate and enhance resilience, because the urban area will now be able to mitigate the problem of climate change, pandemic, proliferation of diseases, and so on. So, because when the land is properly planned, the rest is a little. So we are talking about land readjustment. Government have to help in the resource data information gathering. It will help them to build capacity. When they do that, it could be a kind of fourth tier to governance at the local level for people to enjoy. And then it could help them to do cost analysis of the land use in such area. The land market policy can be reviewed to the extent that it will benefit the government, benefit the stakeholders, benefit the investors, and benefit the urban poor. And so, and it would reduce environmental degradation, because when you are talking about land management, you want to use land to meet the people's aspiration while avoiding environmental degradation. I want to thank you for listening, and ready for questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Let's give a big applause to Professor. Thank you. So I'll pass it to you. So.
Okay, thank you so much for your all patience. I know that you must be starving and we didn't give any kind of breaks. Thank you so much for your contributions and your questions. I think now we are going to go for lunch. Dr. Tonton, we are going for the lunch right now? Yeah. Is there any question for the Dr. Obimbola? No. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm sorry.
Has some questions, they are going to reach you out later on.
Yes.
Okay. Is it when we resume from break?
To ask this to be fair, so that if anybody has a question, so you can pass it to me, and then I can connect you with the professor.
Thank you, sir.
And because we're still here a long day, and then even up to tomorrow, right? So to be fair, everyone has the right to be asking questions because they're doing a presentation. So otherwise, we have your presentation, your PowerPoint. We'll share with the delegates, and then we'll move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry for the technology failure. I'm sorry about that.
So we're going to have our lunch. So what's the time now? So the time is 1:20. So we have to come back here by 2, please. So we have 40 minutes, because that's why I was trying to fill up, because otherwise we're just gonna mess up with our schedule for today. So let's go and have a lunch. But when we're having lunch, so we'll take that opportunity to have a award certificate for people or colleagues who have been really outstanding with their contribution to ICCCASU. So we're gonna do that, and Dr. Claude from UN Habitat will be helping us to lead on this ceremony. So you're eating, so we're giving the certificate of the award to the participants. So thank you again for your participation. So let's give a round of applause to ourselves, and let's go. So we'll follow, we'll get the voucher and go to the lunch place, same place as yesterday. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Abimbola. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry about the technology failure. Honestly, we tried everything we could. Thank you, sir. SK, come and take over. When we come back, they said we should gather at 12 o'clock. We will gather at 12 o'clock. Yes. We'll gather at 12 o'clock. Thank you. Well, I put so much into this thing now. Africa. SK, ó ṣe ti ọ̀fẹ́. SK ṣé o ṣe ń lò ó ni? Dúdú ó ti máa fẹ́ ṣe màá tún.
Jamani, joke. Nani kamera yangu. Ndio nasikia excuse me sir, can I disturb you for a minute? Kuna kitu sijaona. Which side will you be presenting from?
I left my laptop in the room.
No, I don't know.
So let's put it here, it'll be here, and then facing the people here. The camera should be there.
So the camera can be on this side.
Professor, they invited. Can you do it quickly, please?
Yes, yeah. Papa, injini iko karibu. Na hapa.
I left it.
Internet run hapa.
What's going on? First,
Want something.
Thank
Japo pia iko fit. Iko fit.
Iko fit. Lakini ina shida hit.
Sasa atile shida. Ujenge kitu
nae.
Kupeleka tu.
This one is yours. It's ours, but somebody has.
No, we just put it because we want to release some of the certificates so you can use it.
Okay.
We hope you'll not be disturbed.
See how people like this, we have colonized it. William. Oh.
Did you turn it on?
Dear Tonton, are you there?
Hello, Pina.
Hello.
Hello, is it Yelda?
Yes, yes, I am.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So, Yelda, we haven't started the session yet, as I said, so we're running a little bit late. So we're
Okay.
doing a word ceremony, and after 15 minutes, then we can start your session, okay? I'll let
Okay.
you know.
Thank
Yes,
you very
thank
much.
you. Yes,
Thank
you're
you.
welcome.
Much appreciated. Bye-bye.
Ok, d'accord. On va commencer maintenant. Alors.
Okay. You can sit here.
Oui, ça va entrer. Tout à fait. Bon, je dois te laisser parce que on doit commencer pour gagner. Okay? What's going on? Yes. Can you check? You repeat the sound. Repeat the sound.
By the time we give the certificate to participants, our city of our and we have four breakdown. The first one is the ICCCASU all hours. Trois personnes, yes. And then Professor Kamau went control of the population of Kenya. So I would like to call the representative of the government of Kenya to take the award on behalf of the Ambassador John Imani. Thank you. We are very grateful. So I'd like to call the staff of UN Habitat to collect our on behalf of Roya.
These are the fractions. Yeah.
And so we have to cover. Second set, we have outstanding education award. Donc, le développement exceptionnel du ICCCASU. Et nous avons professeur Nickfield Bob. The head of the political science department at University China and the president of Shanghai. The third guest we have special ICCCASU competition award. We call on behalf of the administrator, finance, We also want here
What is it?
You will have the professor Asan Kagwan, we also become what comes outside the last, but not the least, the city of Niarobi, presented by some around here. The city of Niarobi, the dedication and support to all these processes. And coordinated to the Federation of Things Right to be part of our ceremonies without invitation.
Where's your other guy? Okay. Alors moi je commence parce qu'il y a. D'accord. Donc ça peut manger. Okay. Yes. Send me a picture. I'll send you. Yes, I will. Yes. I'm so proud of you. Oh yes, you deserve it. Yeah. Yes.
For me, it's a total surprise.
It's a surprise, huh?
No,
But
no one told you.
but you're a big support, you know. Because you deserve it, right? Yeah. Thank you very much.
Oh, I didn't tell you.
Yeah, but this is not
So just be very quick, please.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we're here.
But we're doing that at the yeah.
But you've not told us.
No, but we need to follow the schedule. I can't tell you in advance because it's a surprise, right? Yeah.
So you've already done?
Yes, it's done. No, it can be in a ceremony, so I'm just gonna give you like this. So Basami or everybody they got their step.
No problem.
So yes, I'll come on.
So the presentation is more important. And you understand. Let me tell you.
We don't. So this is you know if people come here, they prepare for so long time. By the end of the day, like yesterday, say you cannot present, especially those who are coming abroad. This can be a problem.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm pushing because after the conference, everyone go home, but in trouble.
That's
right?
true.
Yeah.
And there are some that need to. So that is what it is. That is our success.
Sure, no problem.
Very important.
So, you know what we do? We hold your presentation. Sorry about that. But, no, we do it sometimes, but we just want to know the schedule. So we'll find this spot for you. So, but there's someone online. No, I'm gonna do it, but I'll find this spot for you. Okay?
Oh,
yes, she'll be still your panel chair, but now she's just gonna present one person who's online because that person had to go. She cannot just stay online for a long time, right?
No, but we are.
No, this rather than start, after we were supposed to start because of the time. If we start yours now, so it's gonna push back. So we're gonna. Okay. No, we have one. Yes. No, it's not. This one. This one was so it's. But yes, this one. So just gonna be one presentation. Yes. No, just one. After this, then.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Okay, hello back. So we're going to continue with this afternoon first panel. So I'm here to present and to introduce our distinguished guests with us online, Niarobi, a representative from UN Habitat, who will share insights on the successful Sustainable Development Goals project assessment tool. Her presentation focuses on how the tool developed in the UK Prosperity Fund Global Future Cities Program localizes SDGs at the project level. So let's discover together how the SDG tool enhances project strategies in urban planning, resilience, and transport, offering a unique approach to integrate sustainability principles and performance criteria. So she is also with us online if you have any questions for her in the end of her presentation. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. First of all, thank you so much for being here in this conference and appreciate this opportunity. My name is Yelda Reis. I'm consultant at UN Habitat. With my colleague, Pınar, we would like to present you our study showing the effective utilization of SDG tool in the design of sustainable urban projects aligned with Sustainable Development Goals. The tool is a monitoring and evaluation tool and created and tested during the implementation stage of Global Future Cities program, but our experience showed that the tool can also guide the project design stage through in the identification of project scoping and indicators. The tool was developed by UN Habitat to integrate Sustainable Development Goals in the implementation of urban projects funded by Global Future Cities program across 19 cities in 10 countries between 2019 and 2022. The tool serves as a guideline for project partners to develop more inclusive, sustainable, and effective projects to the SDGs and their city contexts. SDG tool is a technical guidance on how to make urban projects sustainable and inclusive. Essentially, the tool aims to improve projects by reviewing and developing project deliverables through the lens of the SDG tool using tailored and sustainability principles and performance criteria with iterative open discussions and participatory workshops conducted among project partners. The tool has a total of 291 performance criteria linked to 54 sustainability principles under 8 drivers of technical and effectiveness aspects. You will see here in the slide, the tool has a groups of sustainability principles, criteria, and SDG targets. One of the key achievements gained from the SDG tool application process is the incorporation of sustainability principles with a set of performance criteria in the development of project activities on urban planning, resilience, and mobility. During iterative workshops, the project partners discuss what has been done and how the project activities can be improved to fulfill the requirements given in each performance criteria to align with sustainability principles and relevant SDG targets. I would like to briefly share our project experience with you, highlighting the application process of the SDG tool. Istanbul Sun project is the first urban mobility in Turkey by Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality, providing a framework for the implementation of sustainable transport system in the city to increase accessibility, public and active transportation, and road safety. The plan identified 26 high-priority core projects for transition to low-carbon, seamless integration, and reducing congestion. In the project, the tool was firstly tailored in line with this project scope. A set of sustainability principles and performance criteria aligned to 17 SDGs were selected and determined by all project partners. Accordingly, the project was linked to 28 sustainability principles and 80 performance criteria under 8 major aspects. This tailoring leads to the development of a project profile specifying 17 SDGs and key drivers. This figure shows the project profile. Each project owns a unique profile which helps to monitor project outputs and activities throughout the development process. As a project is implemented over time, it is ultimately expected that all sustainable principles will be incorporated into project activities. As a next step, you will see the photos from these workshops. All project parties evaluated and discussed project activities in multi-stakeholder and iterated SDG tool project assessment workshops against the selected performance criteria. On this slide, you will find an overview of the progress made across the workshops. The SDG tool has proven to be a valuable source, offering an important opportunity to assess the progress of technical and effectiveness aspects of project activities against performance criteria. With each workshop, the project moves closer to realizing its full potential for SDG alignment. Based on our experience that the tool application process facilitated an inclusive and collaborative project implementation process, and more importantly, helped localize and transfer the global goals to project-specific context in the implementation period. The contributions of the SDG tool are remarkable during the project implementation phase. However, there is a lack of evidence regarding its potential effects on the project design methodology, given that the SDG tool was not available before the implementation stage. This study addresses this gap, outlining how the SDG tool could be employed in the project design phase, ensuring the integration of SDGs into project activities, components from the early preparations. It will be clear to see that this tool is not only applicable for project monitoring and assessment, but plays a crucial role in the project design. The project design plays a vital role in shaping a project by establishing clear connections between inputs, outputs, and outcomes. Good design is very, very essential for securing funding, measuring progress, and ensuring that the projects contribute meaningfully to overarching goals, including the integration of the SDGs from the early preparation stage. This aligns the project with broader global development objectives and contributes to a more sustainable and impactful outcome. During the design stage, establishing clear linkages between project scope and sustainable development goal targets is very crucial. Integration of sustainable development dimensions into key project components, including outcomes, outputs, and indicators, is vital for aligning the project with broader sustainability objectives. To achieve this alignment, collectively structured approach. They enable project managers and staff proportional citizen from vulnerable and marginalized groups. Concluding our remarks and findings, the SDG tool experience contributed to localization of SDGs by incorporating sustainability principles and performance criteria into urban projects. Using the SDG tool, cities can support interventions in the long term and enhance their ability to execute and sustain project impact in the future. The SDG tool showed its value as an engagement tool and a capacity building exercise for city authorities and the project partners. Using the SDG tool enables all project partners to discuss the broader project aspects and was very helpful to maximize the alignment of projects with SDGs. The SDG tool process provides and developed the Let's consider an example where we use sustainable principles and criteria for the identification of project impact and indicators. Out of 55 sustainability principles, Principle 39, for example, addresses inclusive, transparent, meaningful participation. This intends to achieve this long-term outcome with potential of indicators which could be designed through the utilization of relevant performance criteria, as I will give in the next slide. Developing outcome and output level indicators in the project design can be effectively guided by employing the tool's performance criteria. Here in the dark gray section, you will find some examples of indicators we can define to measure and achieve the participation in the project theory of change and logical framework. For example, project stakeholders map and engagement strategy developed, the proportion of women represented amongst the identified stakeholders, proportion of representatives from existing community-based structures, proportional citizen from vulnerable and marginalized groups. Concluding our remarks and findings, the SDG tool experience contributed to localization of SDGs by incorporating sustainability principles and performance criteria into urban projects. Using the SDG tool, cities can support interventions in the long term and enhance their ability to execute and sustain project impact in the future. The SDG tool showed its value as an engagement tool and a capacity building exercise for city authorities and the project partners. Using the SDG tool enables all project partners to discuss the broader project aspects and was very helpful to maximize the alignment of the projects with SDGs. The SDG tool process provides an opportunity to monitor and evaluate project activities against the sustainability principles. And it is very clear that this SDG tool will play a crucial role ensuring the integration of SDGs into project objectives and expected outcomes indicators at early project preparation and scoping activities, which will create feasible and sustainable projects. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you so much, Yelda, for your presentation, where we discovered how the SDG tools enhance project strategies in urban planning and orientation. So if anyone of the audience or online participants have questions, she is also with us online to answer. So, any questions? No, I think for now there is no questions. Yeah, we have one question. Okay.
Thank you very much. That was a very nice presentation and short to the point. The question I have is the linkage between the SDG projects and the local programs and the national programs. Now you're given as a case study of Istanbul. Do they also link to their national framework? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Very good point. The SDG tool has not linked to the national strategies, but linked to the global level strategies, as of course. Policies, international policies, sustainability principles, strategies, but not at national level. But of course, the countries' national strategies are also accepting those policies. They have some commitments, you know, following the international policies from the sustainability perspective. Therefore, also national level strategies can use the requirements, can employ requirements of the SDG tools. Thank you.
Okay, and then maybe just to add on another question is, how do you initiate the collaborations? Are the programs implemented by our partners from outside or partners within the local Istanbul framework?
The partners were local authorities, municipalities was the main implementing partner. And also there was a delivery partner from the private sector. UN Habitat was a strategic partner of this program funded by UK FCDO. So the program determined all participating local authorities into the program. So we employed this SDG tool together with these all project partners through the discussions iteratively implemented. They were very helpful to you know, to discuss all project activities to make their strong alignment to the SDGs.
Okay, thank you for answering. Thank you, Sami, for your questions.
Thank you.
I think since we don't have any others, thank you for accepting the invitation, Yilda. And I think that we pass to the next panel, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yilda. Let's give Yilda a big applause. And we would like to thank you for your patience as well, because I know we pushed a little bit. Yesterday, we have kind of inconvenience, but you made it through. We really appreciate it. So
thank you very much
for
this opportunity. Very much.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. You have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to call Armand for the next panel session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Herman Pinar. I'm the head of the Urban Lab in UN Habitat, and I'll be chairing the session. And this session, I think, is a really interesting one about biodiversity, conservation, and regional development. Each one of these words on their own could be meaningful for a conference as well. So I think it's a very topical issues that we will discuss. Two of our panel members are here, and then there's a group of speakers that will be online. And I'm going to announce them and just introduce them in the order of speaking. So we're going to change the order of speaking a little bit so that the presentation of the group that is online will be last. So the first panelist is Jesse Rodenbacher from Princeton University. And I'm sorry if I butcher anyone's name on this in terms of my pronunciation. Yufei Lu from Southeast University, China. And then online, we have Fei Chou from Chang'an University, China. Jingchao Chang from the China Roads and Bridge Engineering Company Limited. Jing Gao from the Cambodia office. And then Simon Philbin from London South Bank University in England. I hope that the pronunciation of those names weren't too bad. You can sit here, but I mean, maybe if you want to see the presentation, that's a better seat. From my experience yesterday, it's better to sit there. And once we start with the questions, we'll all come to the podium. So I'm going to ask really that you stick to 15 minutes with the presentation.
I'll be less than.
I'll give you a warning if it
12.
gets to about 12.
Sure,
Okay,
that sounds
perfect.
great.
Thank you very much. Over
Thank
to
you. Thanks for the introduction, Herman, and thanks to everyone here for joining for the post-lunch slump panel. It's great to present my research here at ICCCASU. My name is Jesse Rodenbecker. I'm a human environment geographer at Princeton University and Rutgers University. And today I'm going to talk about biodiversity conservation and infrastructure on East Africa's Belt and Road. Let's see if this is working. Okay, great. The Belt and Road Initiative, of course, refers to China's signature infrastructure investment program abroad. The initiative was formalized by the Chinese government in 2015. It refers to maritime and land-based corridors of investment in such things as transportation infrastructure, shipping lanes, ports, railroads, highways, etc. As a framework, I think it can be really useful for thinking about how China is portraying outbound investment over the last decade. But at the same time, it can be really limiting as a framework because there are all kinds of infrastructural investment projects that started before the BRI was proposed and have since been collapsed within this kind of BRI framework, saying this is all part of this larger infrastructural framework. There are also many kinds of environmental exchanges that aren't included within the BRI framework themselves. So these are two recent papers of mine where I examined some of these issues in more detail than I have time to talk about today. So if you're interested in them and finding out more, you can turn to these two papers here. In the first paper, I make the case that different types of BRI infrastructure shape environmental governance in East African partner countries, and that different forms of Chinese capital, including private capital and state capital, mediate environmental governance in these contexts. In the second paper there, the blue one, I focus more on China's role in multilateral and bilateral exchanges, particularly in UN environmental platforms. And I do this to demonstrate that China is contributing to advancing environmental goals in global south contexts, yet the ability to produce generally positive associations to China, what you could think of as a potential form of green soft power, remains relatively limited. So I'm going to provide a few examples of BRI infrastructure, and then I'm going to highlight how China's approaches to the environment are shaping environmental governance globally. An important thing to stress from the onset is that China's investments in Africa are not new. As Boddingham here has shown, China's been engaging with Africa, particularly through forms of aid, really since the Maoist era. Even in the 1960s and 1970s, when China's economic level was lower than most African countries, Chinese aid to Africa was around 5% of China's national expenditures. So China's support for African development is really long-standing. But what's new is the scale of engagement, particularly around infrastructure investment as well as environmental exchange. So in this context, it's important to differentiate between different varieties of Chinese capital, as C.K. Lee here in this book has described it. So in the next few slides, I'm going to juxtapose examples of China's infrastructure investment in Ethiopia and Djibouti to demonstrate how different varieties of Chinese capital matter. And then I'm going to provide an example from Kenya and talk a bit about China's involvement in supporting Africa's Great Green Wall. So first, you can see here from this table that there are a variety of different forms of Chinese capital in Ethiopian infrastructure investment, including state and private forms of Chinese capital. And because there are a variety of different forms of capital, there's a variety of different interests at play here. The most significant forms of investment are in sugar, roads, railways, and energy infrastructure, as you can see from the table. These investments tend to support Ethiopian state development plans while transforming indigenous relationships to land, labor, and livelihood. For example, building hydroelectric dams in this context, which falls under the energy infrastructure, has disrupted annual flood patterns in the Omo River Valley. And this has really transformed grazing grounds upon which agropastoralists have relied on for generations. So there's a substantial effect here on livelihood transformation, a substantial effect on biodiversity through things like dam infrastructure building in the Ethiopian context. In Djibouti, as you can see from this table here, most BRI infrastructure is related to railways and to shipping. Chinese capital in this context is largely state-owned, and because of this, it more closely reflects the interests of the Chinese state.
So in this image in the back here, you can see the Chinese operated Dorley multi-purpose port with China. Dorley multi-purpose port was built with BRI investment alongside Africa's largest free trade zone. In contrast with Ethiopia, where you see the advancement of local state goals alongside major transformations in local livelihood, in Djibouti, port infrastructure and military bases figure centrally in a kind of strategic rentiership for the Djiboutian state with relatively limited effects on biodiversity. In another case, more close to home, China supported the building of the standard gauge railway. The railway, of course, contributes to Kenya's development program. There's also been a lot of concern surrounding this about the high costs of the railway, which log in around 5 billion. It's important to consider in this context the effects of things like the Southern Bypass and the SGR on biodiversity in the Kenyan context, particularly around Niarobi National Park. So you can see here the railway goes through a number of different vegetative types. And recent research has suggested that the building of the railway has contributed to ecosystem degradation and to fragmentation. Bridges, underpasses, and culverts have been constructed in wildlife areas, including Niarobi National Park, that inhibit the movement of wildlife. But despite this, the study here that I'm referring to argues that SGR has really created barriers to the movement of terrestrial animals, and they've reduced the size of ecosystems for these animals. And due to these constrained construction activities and other activities, some animals in these national park areas and others, such as elephants and lions, have transformed their behavior, and there's been an increase in human-wildlife conflict, particularly in relationship to those who do pastoral grazing and lions, for one example. There is, of course, a need for continued long-term assessment of how the railway, how the Southern Bypass are affecting wildlife and biodiversity in these contexts. But a broader trend that we can see from China around infrastructural engagement and the relationship to that to biodiversity is large-scale ecological interventions. And these large-scale ecological interventions really reflect China's domestic environmental governance. So this project here is one example of this. It's called the 3 North Shelter Belt, colloquially referred to as the Great Green Wall. It's a large-scale effort to build infrastructure that allows trees to grow in the desert. And they do this through such techniques as laying nylon netting and creating an extensive irrigation system within the desert north and west. So this project spans more or less the length of the entire country. It includes large-scale tree planting to prevent desertification in areas like the Gobi Desert. So you could think of this as maybe one of the, if not the largest anthropogenic forest on Earth. It includes the planting of over 66 billion trees. So bear in mind that this kind of project generally has a negative effect on biodiversity because these efforts have transformed a desert ecosystem into essentially a monocrop or dual crop plantation landscape. Although this project started in 1978, it's more recently been rebranded as a nature-based solution. Nature-based solutions often refer to the idea that humans can engineer ecosystem relations. Now? Okay, can you hear me again? So the idea behind nature-based solutions, it's an idea that often refers to the understanding that humans can engineer ecosystem relations to solve particular problems like biodiversity loss or climate change. In my own work, I refer to these kind of projects as a mechanistic approach to nature, as this kind of approach assumes that if the appropriate technical intervention is applied, then a desired outcome will emerge in a kind of predictable mechanical fashion. So in this context, again, this entails securing sand to the ground and creating new vegetative cover over this area. One of the ideas behind this kind of intervention is to limit dust storms in major cities. This is an image here of Beijing suffering from a dust storm in 2021. Urban pollution levels during sandstorms can exceed 100 times the recommended limit for particulate exposure. And in order to fix this urban problem, scientists and planners are modifying the desert. In recent years, China's been looking to export this kind of environmental intervention to Africa and elsewhere in the global south. The International Ecosystem Management Partnership,
part of the UNEP, is one example of a triangular partnership where China works internationally on environmental issues. And by triangular cooperation here, I'm referring to instances where China-based organizations cooperate with those in another country through a third-party platform like the UN. This kind of triangular cooperation involves pilot projects in Africa and Asia, and a major funding source for it is the China Ministry of Science and Technology. So one project that China's collaborating on here is assisting in Africa's Great Green Wall, which involves planting vegetative cover across the Sahel. The pilot projects involved here go under the name of the Joint Research on Practical Technology to Combat Desertification for African Priority Countries of the Great Green Wall. And these priority countries include Ethiopia, Nigeria, and Mauritania. In 2017, China agreed to assist in Africa's Great Green Wall and formulated this collaboration. And in some ways, China's Great Green Wall and Africa's Great Green Wall are really similar projects. They're both very large in scale. They require significant environmental engineering to transform landscapes according to a particular kind of desired end or desired outcome. At this point, the environmental exchanges are mostly between the Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography and the Pan-African Agency of the Great Green Wall. And most of this cooperation that's going on is around technical and scientific cooperation. So again, at this point, it's not very large in scale. It's pretty small in scale and involves technical cooperative meetings. But you can see that the aim here is to scale up in the future. And again, I want to suggest that this marks a trend in China's environmental exchanges towards large-scale environmental engineering. I'll just give one more example here. So in this FAO project, we can see an even larger scale rendition of the Great Green Wall. Nature-based solutions to combat climate change. And this project was announced in 2019. So part of the aim here is to link up the Great Green Wall in Africa, which I introduced earlier, and the Great Green Wall in China through these urban greening processes and projects. And the larger aim of the project is to support 3 cities in each of the 30 different participating countries to build 500,000 hectares of new urban forests and restore 300,000 hectares of natural forest in and around cities in these areas. So again, this is the Sahel, Central Asia, all the way up through China. And the aim for the projection for the project is 2030. So I'm going to tend towards a close here. Offer some concluding thoughts. So I emphasize in the talk that China is assisting cities in Africa and other global South countries with biodiversity conservation through multilateral, bilateral, and triangular cooperation. And one of the large interventions are around infrastructure, which I talked about early on in the talk. In many of the cases around exchange, they're pretty small scale exchanges, but with the aim of scaling up to be larger exchanges in the future. The examples of BRI investment and environmental exchange that I discussed illustrate that Chinese actors are necessarily flexible to work across the different political and economic contexts that they work within their partner countries. And then finally, as China ushers in a new era of environmental leadership, identifying common environmental goals and enhancing international cooperation on scientific exchange is really key to creating a sustainable future. One of the things that I'm trying to emphasize in this talk here is that valuing biodiversity is really central in this regard. So I'll end my talk here. Again, I just want to highlight some examples of my scholarship where I go into some of these things in more detail. If you're interested, there's 2 papers here, and then a book that came out earlier this year with Cornell University Press. The book is available for free, open access, and can be downloaded online. So I'll leave it here and pass it on to the next presenter. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Not sure if this is working. Yeah, this. So, and thanks for sticking to the time. Let's get the next presenter. Yufei Lu, if you could please come up to present. Okay, so 5 minutes.
Distinguished leaders, professors, and guests, good afternoon. I'm Lu Yufei from Southeast University, China. It's my great honor to make a presentation here. The title of my presentation is The Path of Rural Revitalization in Response to Vulnerability and Its Implications for Rural Development in Africa, a case study of Marchés village in China. Most of the time, we pay more attention to the urban planning and the city development in the urban area, and pay less attention to the rural areas, especially in Africa. But there are many potential for rural development in Africa. In fact, rural areas in Africa has great prospects for development. And we can see this. This is from Africa Agenda 2063, and the aspiration 1 set the sustainable rural development is vital to the economic, social, and the environmental viability of nations. And there is great value to be gained by coordinating rural development in that contribute to the sustainable livelihood through effort at the global, regional, national, and local levels. And my presentation includes 4 parts. And first, let us see the overview of rural development in Africa. And there are 3 sets of data we can see in the slide. And the first set of data is the rural population of total population. And we can see by the end of 2022, 3 countries in Africa have more than 50% of population living in rural areas, and the largest proportion is Burundi, which ranks 2nd in the world. And so we can see the people in rural areas in Africa has many people lives in the rural area. And the second set of data is agriculture, forestry, and fishing value added % of GDP. And we can also see the 10 countries with the largest share of agriculture value added in GDP are all African countries. So which means the agriculture and the related industry in Africa is very important. But rural areas in African countries have been undeveloped and disappeared for a long time. And in the context of climate change, it's more likely to exacerbate its food and hunger. Its vulnerability has become increasingly apparent. So how can rural areas in Africa develop sustainably to address vulnerability and to some extent eradicate hunger and reduce poverty? First of all, I want to share the rural revitalization in China. This is a national strategy in China, but the concept of rural revitalization is basically absent in most African countries. And there are 5 dimensions in China's rural revitalization strategy. They are industry, economy, and culture, governance, and about life. So we can see this slide. There are 5 dimensions in the culture and governance and life. So please wait a moment, maybe down over. Yeah, in the case, I want to introduce to everyone, I changed some content because the case village has particular. The village I want to introduce to everyone is Nuanshui village in Inner Mongolia, jungle border in China. It's in the north of China and a very beautiful village. But this doesn't work. Maybe some pictures will show. It's a little dark. Okay. 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 So we can see these 5 dimensions in the China's rural revitalization strategy. They are industry, ecology, and culture, and governance, and life. But in the Nuanshui village, I want to change some of the dimensions because Nuanshui village has its particular. So now let me introduce the Nuanshui village to you. We can see the map. Nuanshui village is located in the north of China. It's in the Inner Mongolia jungle border, and the black is Nuanshui village. There are 11 administrative villages and 1 community with a total area about more than 600 square kilometers about Nuanshui village. And I just said the particularly of Nuanshui village. The one of the particular is the arsenic sandstone landform. And what is the arsenic sandstone landform? And this is a kind of stone. Meet water, it can become mud, and meet wind, it can become sand. And it's a very dangerous area for plant to grow. Yes, but we can see these 3 pictures. 20 years before, we can see this picture, the first picture. Not even a blade of grass grows. But now, in 2023, you can see the green, and this is the same place. This is Nuanshui village in China. And since 2007, Nuanshui village began to relocate farmers and herdsmen living in the forbidden development areas. And in 2009, it was identified as a pilot village for the construction of an ecological and natural restoration zone for the whole village. So why I choose Nuanshui village as a case? So not only because the arsenic sandstone, but also the ecological migration area. So, but in the development process, Nuanshui also has some problems in ecology, industry, land use, and population and cultural development. And for about the ecology, the spillover aspect of ecological restoration is not significant. And about the industry, the current industrial system is difficult to promote the realization of common prosperity. And also there are some problems in the land use, population, and culture. So I want to focus on these 5 dimensions to explore effective ways to help Nuanshui to urbanization. First of all, we construct a diamond model for the implementation task of rural revitalization in Nuanshui village. So the ecology is the first because we want to use the ecology to take a lead of rural revitalization in Nuanshui, and then jointly promote the industrial and land and population development. And finally, we use the culture to make the striking point. But There is also another very important issue in Nuanshui, that is the young people. So I will introduce the young people in Nuanshui in the next slide. First, we can see the ecological dimension. We reached a goal of building the whole area of Nuanshui village into a national forest park and construct a path of ecological 2.0. And there are 3 steps. The first step is to shape basement, and there is 3 ways. Forest conversion and expand areas of fruit plantations and build new gardens. And step 2 is release dividend, and the step 3 is construct activity. And the goal of the construction path of ecological 2 is to build a national forest park in Nuanshui, because in this picture, we can see Nuanshui has a very big potential to be a forest park. And in the industry dimension, and consider ecological construction and ecological migration and common prosperity and other factors. We choose 2 advantage of characteristic industries and choose 2 emerging ecological industries and choose another 2 outward service industries as the leading industries of Nuanshui village and construction the 2+2+2 Nuanshui village industrial system. And about the land use dimension, we also raise 3 paths to make the land used more efficiently. And the first one is make good use of the carrying functions of land and ensure the space of rural realization. And second is promote land management measures to improve the efficiency of land use in Nuanshui village. And the third is use practical land policies to create possibilities for utilizing the land resources. And about the population dimensions, we also promote 3 goals. And the idea of population development also has 3 different ideas. And one is limited the total population in the rural ecological environment. And the second is propose the cultivation and introduction system of the agricultural rural areas and the farmers teams to reserve talents from rural development. And the third is promote prosperity and income generation. And the fifth is the index about the year 2025 and the year 2035. And the very important one is the ways for young talents to help rural revitalization. And because in the Nuanshui, in the government of Nuanshui village, the leaders are very young. Many young people are as the leaders in Nuanshui government. The age of the leaders are about 30. And we all know the countries in Africa, it's the youngest country. And there are also many young people in Africa countries. So maybe we can encourage the young people in African countries to come to the rural area to help the rural area to revitalization. And also there are some key emphasis in work. And the important is actively guide young people to return to their hometown, to the rural areas to carry out the work of internship, practice, and practical training, and entrepreneurship, and innovation, and creative. And also we raised 5+10+N youth work system. We can see this picture. And the main body is the Nuanshui Party Committee and government, and also rural revitalization workstation, which is established by the Southeast University in China, and also the institution of higher learning. And also there are 5 projects and 10 plans in this system. And also we can learn some lessons from Luanshui village. The first one is attach importance to ecological restoration, ecological environment protection, and ecological construction. And the second is guide more young people or young talent to return to rural areas or to their hometown to carry out rural revitalization work. And third is pay more attention to the efficient use of land in rural areas and rural culture revival. And this is my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for that, and well done with the timing, even with the interruption. We have a recording of the next presentation that will play, and the presenters would be online so that they could also be part of the question session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, expert. And the usual today the topic of my report is evaluating the evolutionary characteristics of ecological resilience along expressways. Good afternoon, experts. And the usual today the topic of my report is evaluating the evolutionary characteristics of ecological resilience along expressways in developing countries. The case of the Phnom Penh Expressway in Cambodia. Next, I will report the content of the paper. First, it is the research background. As we all know, expressway construction contributes to economic growth. The initiative of the Belt and Road Initiative on expressway construction has led to the establishment of a large number of expressway networks, but the resulting environmental problems have aroused some concern. In addition, developing countries along the Belt and the Road are also focusing on the construction of expressways to promote. Therefore, the research question of this paper is put forward, that is, how to assess the impact of expressway construction on regional ecosystems in developing countries along the Belt and the Road. The research purpose is to assess the impact of ecological resilience along the expressways in developing countries and analyze its evolution characteristics. The research significance is divided into theoretical significance and practical significance. Next, the second part is literature review, mainly from the ecological resilience, the impact of expressway construction on ecological environments. Based on the above analysis, research gap of this paper is obtained. Firstly, in terms of research content, this is a lack of a unified assessment model for ecological resilience. Secondly, from the perspective of the research, there is a lack of studies on assessing the ecological environments along the Belt and Road from the perspective of resilience. But in terms of research scale, there is a lack of research on the impact of current projects such as expressways. The third part is the research design of this paper. First is in the theoretical model. In this study, land use data were obtained by remote sensing and geological information system technology. It causes ecological resilience and resistance and restoration were taken as indicators. Second, the other research methods mainly use the land use transfer metrics, ecological resilience resistance calculation, ecological restoration calculation, and resilience level calculation. The following are some follows embodied. Don't go into details. Third, it is study area. The case located in the southwest of Cambodia, connected between Phnom Penh city and the Sihanoukville city, passing through 2 cities and the 3 provinces. Research area selected 2 typical areas along the expressways. They have completely different ecological characteristics and are more suitable for competitive study of the impact of expressways ecological environments. Firstly, it is the data source and the processing process of the paper. All the data in this study came from geospatial data cloud. Of course, since the construction period of this expressway is from 2019 to 2022. The data used in the paper is the relevant data from 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2021. Ultimately, land use types are divided into 6 categories. The first part is the research results. First, it is the temporal change characters of land use types. It can be seen from the charts that all land use types in the study area that changed after the construction, and the changes were large. However, in study area 2, the change area is very small, and the proportion is almost about 2%. Secondly, it is spatial change characteristics of land use type, as can be seen from the figure. After the construction, the forest land near the expressways in study area was degraded into grassland. The construction road in study area 2 has changed from a small part to a obvious part, while the grassland had been reduced. Third, it is characteristics of the gravity shift of land use types. Most land use types in study area move to the southwest, which is the direction of expressway construction. Most land use types in study area 2 move to the northwest, which is also the direction of expressway construction. Fourth, it is the change characteristic of ecological resilience. After the analysis of the chart, the ecological resilience showed a downward trend after the construction, but the change amplitude was greater than in study area 1. The fifth part is the conclusion of this paper. After the construction, various land use types have changed to a certain extent, and there is a trend of a transformation from natural attributes to artificial attributes. After the construction, the center of gravity of various land use types has been shifted from year to year, and the direction of migration is consistently with the direction of the expressway construction. Before and after the construction, the ecological resilience and showed downward trends. However, the ecological resilience of areas with strong natural attributes decreased more after construction, while that of the areas with strong man-made attributes decreased more before contribution. The high natural attributes area in the West is more affected by the construction than the high man-made attributes area in the East. That's all from this presentation. Thank you.
If the panel members that are here could take a seat. Thank you very much, everyone, for those very insightful presentations. And I think it's clear that any intervention that we make, be it physical or natural, will have an impact. And sometimes the scale of these interventions have impact beyond what we can see and have unintended consequences. And I applaud these studies because we're trying to find an answer to say, well, what are these impacts that we make? And how do we mitigate the negative side of the interventions that we have? So I'm going to open the floor for questions. And please indicate, I can't see the screen, so I'm hoping from that side you'll indicate to me. And I also want to make sure that the online panel members are involved where possible. So please, if you could assist with that. Thank you. The floor is open for questions. Any questions, please?
So thank you. I think I'm Roman Zopio from University of Niarobi. Just a quick one. One, I think on you say about the rural development. I think for Africa is one dimension which is very critical in terms of skills and knowledge, yeah? Knowledge education, because you are keen on ecological, industry, land use, population and culture. But I think for Africa, I think we need also to factor in the issue of knowledge and skill capacity. I think for Jesse, this issue of infrastructure, Chinese-driven infrastructure development and biodiversity loss, I think the major issue here is the scale of engagement, because most of these negotiations are done at bilateral level. So you find even like, let's give you an example of the standard gauge railway. You know, such a massive project requires a strategic environmental assessment. But what was being done at piecemeal environmental impact assessment. So who actually, even you find even the regulatory authority, NEMA, are not given the mandate to approve. So it's pushed from above. So I don't know what kind of engagement can we have so that we have meaningful ways of protecting our environment, even as we develop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That also gets back to the governance issues that you've raised on your side, and you could also comment on it. Please, you're welcome to answer.
Yes, thank you for your question. And I want to confirm. I want to know that you said the knowledge is very important. Yes, and I agree with you. But you know, now China promotes the Belt and Road, and under this background, also many Chinese scholars come to Africa to promote some projects, and also many projects are located in the rural areas, and so and also many agriculture projects and agriculture industrial parks, and are also located in the Africa, especially in some rural areas. and especially in Ethiopia and in Egypt. And also, I'm now as a overseas student in Addis Ababa University. And so maybe under the Belt and Road background, I believe many Chinese students and scholars and professors will come, and they want to come to Africa to to use their knowledge to build not only the urban area but also the rural areas, to build the to build the rural areas better. This is my answer. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for the question. I feel like you know the answer. The answer was in the question. Yes, of course, instead of a kind of piecemeal environmental assessment, we need to have a very comprehensive environmental assessment. And then one of the things that I was trying to emphasize and stress in my talk is that there are a really great variety of Chinese actors coming to work in the infrastructural investment sector, broadly conceived. So part of it is really knowing who you're partnering with, coming to a strong understanding of shared common goals, and then in a democratic context like Kenya, really participating in the different components that can formulate a strong national plan, formulate a strong strategic environmental assessment. Those are semi-democratic processes at the least. And then you can also exercise processes of legal accountability. I know, at least in the case of the SGR, there were a couple of different plans that were put forward, some of which did not cut through Tsavo and did not cut through Niarobi National Park, but ultimately these weren't the plans that were decided on. So if you're partnering with the kind of BRI infrastructure project and you have the liberty of being able to participate in some democratic processes, I want to stress that you do as much as you can in that realm as well to try to shape the outcomes, while at the same time knowing that those are always necessary and limited. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? I see a hand over there, and then did I see a hand over there? Oh, yeah. Thank you. Let's take both questions, and then we'll.
I think now it's open. Yeah. So my question is actually for Jesse. That was really inspiring because I didn't know the existence of this green wall.
Thank you. I would like to also thank your presenters for their inspiring work. Thank you. My question goes to Jesse. I find it interesting that you are looking at China because I expected maybe you'd be looking at IMF, but you have indicated why want to ask why, again, why are you looking at China instead of IMF? And probably I know that right now we have a choice. A long time ago, we just used to have World Bank and IMF. But with China coming in and others, there's sort of competition, and probably that is good for Africa. So I know you are not comparing the two, but if you have ever looked at the funding from IMF, how does it compare to that from China? Thank you.
Thank you for those questions.
Should I respond? Can you hear me? Is it coming through? So first I'll address this question. Thanks so much for that. I'm going to take that as an indication that I should be doing a comparison between IMF investments and IMF and broader investments coming out from China. I haven't explicitly taken that route, but I have looked at it in relationship to the World Bank and other Western countries. The types of investments coming from China far outnumber them. They're much more significant, about at a measure of 4 times as much. And here it's important to stress that what I'm including in this measure are investments that are coming from Chinese SOEs, both central state SOEs, provincial SOEs, as well as private Chinese capital. So there's kind of 3 different metrics there, and there's a number of different databases that are out there that can be useful for trying to tabulate numbers if you're thinking about particular sectors that can help with this kind of comparative work. And I'd be happy to share them with you too, if that's something that's of interest. The other 2 questions. So the question was posing whether or not the research collaborations with China are going to be introducing species that are common to the Great Green Wall in places within the Sahel. And to my knowledge, that does not seem to be happening. Again, the cooperative exchanges right now are quite small in scale. I think they're mostly collaborative discussions about how to approach this in different national contexts in these 3 different countries. In the Chinese context, a lot of the plants have an economic orientation. So licorice is one example. There are a number of different cash crops that have been planted by companies like Elion Investment, connected with the larger Green Silk Road investment fund. There's a number of different cash crops and mono and dual crop. I think in the context of the 3 pilot projects that are underway, they're having a larger dialogue about what plants are suitable here. And again, one of the things that I'm trying to stress in my presentation is that it's really important to try to take biodiversity into account. Instead of planting a monocrop or dual crop landscape, which totally transforms the landscape, totally transforms the ecosystem. One approach, this is getting to your second question, is to think about potential ways in which you could foster something that more closely resembles something like the natural environment from a particular historical time that you're trying to recreate or restore. And this gets to your second question of, is the US or is the West trying to pose something in relationship to that? And I don't see something explicit. One of the larger collaborations in UNEP is China Ministry of Ecology and Science. But I think what you're looking at here is maybe 2 different kinds of philosophies of approaching human relationships to nature. If you think about the kind of Leopoldian tradition that comes out of preservationist approaches and conservationist approaches in the US, a lot of that involved trying to create a kind of fortress landscape that keeps human action out of this space. That's maybe one kind of approach. You can see that maybe reproduced in some places like Niarobi National Park or Masai Mara, but you're seeing a different kind of philosophy of nature coming out of China, which is large-scale intervention, trying to create a particular kind of ecosystem to serve a particular kind of end. And one really good example of this, in addition to the ones that I talked about in my talk, is the way that China approaches rosewood. So rosewood is a really important cultural tree that is endangered, grows in East Africa. And one of the ways in which China has been approaching this endangered situation is to plant lots of rosewood, millions and millions of rosewood trees. So instead of trying to create a landscape that has a fidelity to a particular kind of past, a particular kind of actually existing natural environment. It's actually approaching this problem of species endangerment by creating a monocrop landscape that can keep these trees in existence, but doesn't necessarily reproduce that same kind of fidelity. So there's two kind of contrasting approaches that I'm trying to suggest here.
Yeah, I think that links to the whole presentation that we've heard on the third side about the ecological impact and how one starts to balance that out as well. That is really important. We're almost at the point where we need to close the meeting. I just want to make sure that we've got all the questions. Let's take one final one from here.
Okay, thank you so much. Mine is a quick one. In Africa currently, we really need development. And the biggest difficulty is to strike a balance between development and environmental conservation. And this one has been emphasized actually one of the examples is given about the expressway and also the railway which was built at Niarobi National Park. So looking into this, is it an issue, knowledge gap, or what is the problem in between so that we can both have a win both for the environment and also a win for development? Thank you.
Jason, you can start, but Luke, please,
I want to suggest that the online presenter gets a chance to speak, and maybe I'll pass this on to you because I've already spoken a lot.
Can the online participate maybe in this question as well to just give an idea? It would really be good if we can get into So Lou, let's while we try to get online, Lou, if you would like to respond to the question about the sort of expressway and the railway and the impact around that, and if I think part of the question was if it's mainly a knowledge kind of issue, but do we understand really the impact of this environmentally and socially?
Sorry, maybe could you please? Maybe could you please raise the question again? Sorry, I a little understand. Don't understand. Sorry. Could you please ask again? Thank you.
My question is, in Africa, we are increasingly developing. And as much as we do development, we have put up a number of big multi-billion projects coming into Africa. And we've also realized that the same multi-billion projects also affecting environment. So how can Africa really strike a balance in between so that we can have a win for the environment and also have a win for the development? And can this be an issue of knowledge gap amongst our leaders who are into bilateral agreement with the outside country, or what actually is the problem in between? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. In China, the government is very important, but we usually promote the public to join the project like the revitalization in rural areas. So, except the government, I think the public, everyone who lives in the area, in the city, in the rural, all need to participate in the project, like what I introduced in my presentation, the rural area revitalization project. I think not only the government should make should do this, but also everyone, the public, the citizen, the people who live in the village also need to do this. Yes.
Can I say something just really brief? Just really briefly. So what I imagine are interpreting the meaning of win-win here to be as something that both brings development, but also has a minimal effect on the environment or a minimal effect on nature. So I would just kind of shift the language around this from win-win to value. If you're going to value development and to work towards development, you at the same time need to value nature, value the environment in a very explicit kind of way. It has to be part of whatever the plan is, whatever the development plan is. It goes back to the earlier question as well about having a comprehensive environmental evaluation. And then within that evaluation, explicitly putting a value on nature. I think that's really important.
I think that's a perfect conclusion of the session. I want to really thank the panel for their very insightful inputs and presentations. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you very much.
So, hello everybody. So we are moving to the next panel. So the panel, the topic of the panel is climate resilience and the city building. So it will be well appreciated that each panelist control your present time within 12 minutes. So the first panelist will be Romanus Opio, who is a lecturer at the Department of Urban and Regional Planning, University of Niarobi in Kenya. So the topic of this presentation is co-producing inclusive climate resilient transport infrastructure in Africa, sharing lessons and opportunities. Welcome.
Thanks, Professor Liu, for that introduction. So I think I'm given 10 minutes. Just So I just give highlights of this particular presentation because this actually is responding to what some of the issues which was raised by Jesse's presentation in terms of how do you ensure that we engage users and also the scientists and the practitioners, ensuring that whatever we are doing, we also address the concerns associated with the climate risk. So the presentation will be on co-producing inclusive and climate resilient transport infrastructure in Africa. They are sharing experiences and lessons. So this is just an introduction in terms of the kind of havoc we normally witness in most of our spaces. During rainy season, we have our spaces being flooded. And during dry season, we have drought or other effects in terms of agricultural production, but also in terms of livestock. So these are some of the challenges. And from the transport perspective, also the issue of foundations of most of our infrastructure, our infrastructure. So we find this also has an impact in terms of how do we lay out our infrastructure, within the continent. Yeah. So I think these are familiar photos, especially for those in Uganda. You can see during flooding what happened to some of our streets during the impact it has on urban mobility in most of our places. So in terms of impacts, I've given their impacts in terms of looking at the excess rain, but also excess heat in terms of what it means when we're laying out our infrastructure. And this is the impact it has. Yeah? Looking at giving the example of what's happening around us, what do you call it? The standard railway, yeah, in terms of the laying out and also impact it has also on nature, because it's also impacting in terms of the migratory route for most of our island. So this also has an impact in terms of the bridge and even the pavement in terms of how do you pave higher conditions and the heavy rainfall in terms of the impact in terms of the surface, of course, the stops. So you can see in terms of what happens. So imagine such a situation when it's flooding and you are using a wheelchair. How do you move around when you're using a wheelchair? Yeah? Or when we're my sister Rose here, when you want to move to such a place, we just want to cross a road. What kind of impact do we have? And how do we engage users so that when you have such kind of situation, they are able to manage such kind of areas? So how do we look at in terms of understanding the user's needs? Yeah. So the impact it has in terms of climate change, we can see in terms of time of travel. Yeah. For example, yesterday it was raining, and all of us, most people came here late because it was raining. You could not departure as per schedule. You could not reach here as per schedule. Those are in terms of choices, and also comfort and safety, and of course, more importantly, increase travel time. Because our infrastructure is supposed to reduce travel time. Yeah, if you are spending 1 hour and you have an infrastructure intervention, should not be taking 20 minutes or so. So that's when it becomes more efficient. So how does this thing happen so that we are able to factor all this when we are providing transport infrastructure? So I've just about adaptation. I think there's an exposition on adaptation. I don't want to spend much time on this on that. Yeah, but I'm saying that more critically, the transport sector needs to adapt to climate change by taking measures to improve climate resilience, so that our transport infrastructure are climate resilient. Yeah, those are some of the impacts. That's what I already say. Yeah. So designing and also adapting, especially the issue of NMT, non-motorized transport. How do we ensure that we come up with the NMT facilities which are inclusive but also climate resilient? And I've given there some of the things you can do in terms of, first, we need to recognize the mobility needs of the people with disability, for the vulnerable groups. Yeah? Also, the issue of how we can promote active travel, and also reducing motorized vehicle use. Yeah? Because when you construct more road, we are also creating more appetite for motorized transport, and we've seen the impact it has in our environment. Yeah? So these are some of the barriers in terms of climate resilience in practice. So we are saying that in Africa, in most cases, you find most planners, be it urban planners or transport planners, are unable to come up with climate resilient infrastructure because, first, the data exists in silos. You find that you are the Minister of Transport, but you have to get data from the Minister of Environment or Minister or Meteorological Department. At times, this becomes a challenge in terms of how do we ensure that we have that particular information to inform our infrastructure planning. Also, at times, also the lack of local data and context relevant. For example, we are doing a road in Turkana, which is one of the remotest areas in Kenya. How kind of data can you use to give projections to enable you to come up with the inclusive and climate resilient transport infrastructure? But also, I said there's no opportunity first in terms of how we manage our data. How do we ensure that government officers, or the various ministries and authorities are able to consolidate their information so that you can get that information to make such kind of decision? And also consider for vulnerable users, and especially their voices, because at times we don't give a chance even to air their mobility needs. So when you are planning as a professional, thinking that you know everything, and then you end up ignoring the needs of the people with the vulnerable groups. So these are some of the methods which we use in terms of trying to ensure that there's room for engagement between the transport planners and also the target users. And one of these is the Delphi survey, which it's a survey where you repeatedly derive consensus from different people who we think have expertise in that particular area. So we did that in terms of trying to some study we did in Uganda and Zambia, and we focus on the government officers and also the practitioners. Yes, so in terms of looking at how do we enhance mobility? First, by being inclusive. And how do we attain this inclusivity? Inclusivity cannot be attained when you give platform for everyone, especially the target users, also to keep their concerns. And that's why I was concerned with some of the projects we see in most of African continent, because they are negotiated at bilateral level. We don't give space for local people to influence the design and even how that project is going to be done. And then we end up having good project, which also contributes negatively to our biodiversity and also the environment. So it's very important. So increased participation and also the reduction of vehicle emissions are very important in terms of attainment of inclusivity, but also climate resilient transport infrastructure. So of course, enhanced personal security, all this can also be achieved if you have a platform of engaging target users. So this is just some of the toolboxes which you can use as a way of attaining first inclusivity, and secondly, climate resilient urban. One of the things is science. Because at times when you're running for community as professionals, we think that community know nothing about their own environment. So I come here from Kenya, going to plan for somewhere in Sierra Leone, and assume that Sierra Leone community know nothing about their environment. Yeah. So citizen science gives citizens more space to influence the scientific decision and practical decision. So it's very important. It's one of the tools which you can use to engage users or target users. So it's very important as well who your local community needs to be given opportunity, capabilities and resources required. Yes, it's very important so to train them so that they know their scope of the engagement when you are introducing a project, and also what are some of the enablers. And I see it's very important. This is a project which we are doing with the Kuru. Kuru is one of the informal settlements in Niarobi here. And one thing we use the community champions, the youth, the women, as champions of that particular project. So they are the forefront in terms of championing the ideas so that you don't be you are biased, practical or professional view, which negates their needs and also becomes a barrier by itself. So there's also another tool, then urban toolbox, which is environmental quality and ecosystem service category. Yeah. So these are just a very simple thing, digital storytelling. But just using your phone, you are able to get the narratives from the people who are using that particular project or that particular area to give their own experiential view on whatever you are doing. So because very important to your story. And so I say this story is very important. And I've given here the stages. This is just here. First, you must plan. You must plan in terms of what kind of narrative you want to pick from the users. Secondly, you need to produce it so that we don't have a bias in terms of how you influence the people in terms of their own stories. And then thirdly, the presentation using posters and others. This is just a schematic way of how you can do this by engaging people with a very simple method. Don't need a exclusive camera, just your phone, you're able to pick people's voices and without influencing that. Yeah. So I think that's also how you can do that. That's your story. Yeah. So other things are also well-being surveys in terms of looking at the impact it might have on their well-being. In fact, that most projects nowadays, they also contribute to mental well-being, which is normally ignored in most cases. So it's very important to look at, apart from the environment, what kind of impact to have on their well-being survey. And that's how you can also use the well-being surveys to look at what are some of the possible impact you'll have on their health and well-being. So these are just the issues in terms of what you can look at, the physiological features in terms of impact, in terms of the objective and also the subjective features in terms of what you can pick from the people's well-being in a very simple manner so that they are able to engage and understand what you are doing. So those are the steps in terms of what you need to well-being survey, in terms of what are some of the barriers, and also how do you use those to ensure that we pick so this is just a link which you can look at. So finally, this is just a summary in terms of how you can look at climate resilience, in terms of how do you build consensus among various users, among different professionals when you're coming with the infrastructure, and also in terms of how do you understand the current mobility so that whatever intervention it seems to be adding value to the people where you want to do that particular project with. And also in terms of how do you develop scenario, and also more important, how do you monitor to ensure that you've attained the intended need, especially for the user perspective. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for your impressive presentation. And we will go directly to the next presentation, okay? And we will go to the discussion section after all the presentation in this panel, okay? So next presentation, presenter will be Sodik on the LiPo, ID Gabo. Sorry if I pronounce not right, okay? And who is a PhD student at the Faculty of Information and Media Studies, University of Western Ontario, Canada. And he will give us a presentation entitled Leaders and Agenda 2063 Data for Climate Resilience and Sustainable Urban Development in Nigeria. Okay, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sadiq Onolako. I'm from the University of Western Ontario. So I'll be presenting on behalf of myself and my colleague, Betty Agdegebo. I'm a PhD candidate in the University of Western Ontario, and I'm an information scientist. So basically, our research focuses on how Lagos and Nigeria, in particular, can achieve the Agenda 2063, which is aimed at combat advancing climate resilience and advancing sustainable development in Lagos. So this is the outline of my presentation. Just a brief overview of some of the key terms that we'll be using. Climate resilience is just the ability to prepare and to withstand and recover from climate hazard. That's the definition from ICCC. And another key term that will be used in my presentation is big data. Is it okay? So big data is just let us picture our everyday data, the data we generate by using smartphones, our vehicles, our laptops. So it's just the aggregation of how we collect it and how those data are used to derive insights. Because data in itself does not have any value until you process them and you extract some value from them. So for this presentation, we focus on the three categories of big data, which is the public one, which is available for the public use. We focus on the open one, which is available on open source platform, while the third one is the private one, which is generated by private individuals and usually for profit purposes. So this is the thrust of the presentation, Lagos and Agenda 2063. So the Agenda 2063 is actually the brainchild of the African Union and is aimed at advancing the continent resilience towards sustainable development and advancing the climate resilience. So in order to achieve this agenda, most African countries, they are taking proactive steps, specifically on climate-related action. And Lagos, I'm originally from Nigeria. So Lagos, which the city which this study focuses on, is a member of the C40 leadership group. So the C40 leadership group is just a group of cities around the world. They are actually 96 in number, and they focus on fighting climate crisis and driving urban action for sustainable development while reducing the greenhouse emission. So, and it's actually instructive to note that Lagos is the first African city in Nigeria to take a proactive approach towards tackling the challenges of climate change. So what are the effects of climate change that we are witnessing in Lagos? Lately, Lagos State has witnessed flooding. And based on the presentation by my professional colleague from Cameroon, so Lagos is one of the southwestern states in Nigeria that's usually is actually vulnerable to flood. And every year, because Nigeria as a country, we witness 8 months of rain. So it's always torrential rain, and that makes Lagos to be vulnerable to flooding. And also, we come to the climate change drivers that makes Lagos to be vulnerable to this climate change. And also, lately, we've been witnessing some excessive heat in Lagos. Also, we've seen a dramatic increase in the sea level rising. And also, we've experienced some landslide in some areas of Lagos. And lastly, we've experienced high rainfall intensity. So why are we focusing on Lagos? So a bit of context. Lagos used to be the Nigerian capital until 1991, but not anymore. Lagos is actually the commercial capital of Lagos. So, which means every family, almost every family in Nigeria has someone in Lagos. So Lagos is this small city of 3,577 square kilometers, but it has over 25 million people living in it. So Lagos State is divided into the island and the mainland. So if you look at the picture closely, you can see some of the housing that is there closely packed,